What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Pauling looking at 130. Another. Double five. Oh, that's magnificent.
Gemma Hayter thinks different. What a finish, 1-1.
Another one of those. And that eclipses the biggest finish of the week.
For a 120 out and a 2-0 lead. And she takes it.
Trina Gulliver! Viinikainen!
It's the fourth specials week of 2025 as we get Women's Week 3 underway on this Monday morning at the Live Lounge in Port. So Kirsi Viinikainen is the defending champion, and she is one of 6 players that are in action this morning. Welcome along. It's all live. It's all exclusive on Pluto TV. And we're very much looking forward to getting the action underway. And what a weekend of sport we've seen, and what a week we've got ahead of us. Liverpool won the Premier League title yesterday. Of course, we saw Jensen Walker pick up the title here at Super Series 10. And if you run the London Marathon, well, you deserve to put your feet up today. You can enjoy the darts in the company of myself and the asset Paul Nicholson. And look, Women's Week 3 about to get underway. I remember that back in the days we were in Southampton, and one of the things that we were looking at is ideas for different weeks, ideas for different things to break the mould. And this was pretty much one of the first things that people suggested. And it's fair to say that the previous 2 that we've had have been rip-roaring successes.
This was the first idea, and it was the right idea, because the ladies do need opportunities, and we can't just keep having the same strong players here. We try and give opportunities to all of the different ladies, but when you have people like Kirsi Viinikainen playing so well and some others constantly doing well when they come here, they deserve an invite once again. It'll be interesting to see whose story it is. And I think the biggest story from the last 2 women's events is that we still don't have a Women's Week winner named Fallon Sherrick-Bowgreaves.
Certainly shows the strength in depth. Well, the Women's Week begins on the back of the finale of Super Series 10 on Saturday evening. It was Jensen Walker, the 18-year-old interceptor from Coventry in the Midlands, that picked up the title. He got the better of Scarborough's Sam Spivey by 4 legs to 1 to pick up the biggest title of his career, £25,000 better off. For him, what a springboard this could be at the beginning of his career.
Yeah, it could be huge. I think the financial injection is one thing, but the confidence that you gain from winning such a title, it's a bit like winning a mini Premier League of sorts, because you think about how long it takes to go from the start of a series all the way to the end. Think about the amount of time that Jensen had to think about how that was possible. We're talking about 9 weeks. And then he goes through all of week 13. Champions Week was not easy for him. He didn't even get into Group B through Group A. He was able to find a better level of form and a better level of confidence after his first game in Group C. And he didn't really look back after that. He was one of the best players all week, but he was the best player on finals night.
And Jensen Walker joins, well, it's quite the cast list, isn't it, of players that have picked up the Super Series title. He joins the likes of Luke Littler, fellow teen sensation that picked up the title, Darius Labanowski, of course, Martin van Velzen, also on tour now. Those are the Modus Super Series champions that we've seen. And for Jensen as well, he's also got the extra carrot dangle, because he now gains automatic qualification to the end-of-year Global Championship.
Just think about what he could possibly do before he joins the pro ranks, because I think we all know that that's going to happen at some point. But you will be more equipped if you find confidence elsewhere before you go there. by winning titles. It's exactly what Littler did. Wherever he went, he succeeded. Now that Jensen has got this title, is there any reason why he can't get another series this year? I can't think of one. It could be the year of Jensen Walker, because with the ADC Global at the end of the year, he could pick up all sorts before an incredible 2026 and thereon.
He could win in this building approximately £100,000 if he goes on to win another week, wins the Globals. It's crazy when you think about it. Right, to this week then, and to Women's Week 3. These are the players that are in action. Both the former champions are playing. We're going to see Kirsty Viinikainen in Group A on this Monday morning, and Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who picked up the first title, in Group B later on in the week. And some interesting names. I suppose the one that for a lot of people will probably jump out will be Gemma Hayter, because of the year that she's had. But you look at that field and it does feel like it's very open for interpretation.
Yes, it is. If you were watching the Women's Series darts for this year so far, there's been a lot of really buoyant stuff from a lot of parties. I know that Bo Greaves has dominated once again, but she's on another level. She's not here. So we have to try and dig deeper to find out where the possible story is. And I look no further than Robin Byrne. I've seen Robin up close over the last few weeks. I think she's in great form. She's my tip to win the week, but she's not here in Group A. She can't do anything until Thursday. And these ladies who are here for the next 3 days in Group A, they can get accustomed to this place and feel the comfort well before the others join the party.
11-1 with the bookies to go on and win this week. These are how the odds look. Perhaps no surprise that Gemma Hayter goes off the 2-1 favourite. There could perhaps be some value in Kirsty Viinikainen at 13-2. That's the top half of the betting. In the bottom half of the betting, some very interesting names in there. Now, Laura Turner made the final last time. 25-1 she is to pick up the title this time around. She could possibly be the each-way bet. If you're backing something, maybe not to win the title, but to go far, Laura could be the person to look at.
Yeah, your each-ways are definitely Paige Pauling and Laura Turner, because Laura doesn't really get the amount of headlines that she deserves for the player that she can be. I think Laura needs to understand that she's a great player, and maybe she's never been as good, because now that she's a dual international, because she's played British internationals recently, she's going into the shorter squad as well. So she should feel really good about her game. But Paige Pauling's very exciting. She's been told that she's the Luke Littler of the ladies' game, and she's doing new things in 2025, which we'll talk about soon. But yeah, very exciting.
Gemma Hayter the right favourite in your eyes?
Sort of. Now, if you look at some of the numbers that Gemma has had over the last few months, they are the best of anybody in Group A. So I can understand why she's favourite. But nobody this season has had bigger numbers and lost more important games. It's not her fault. She's been doing great stuff, but she's been running into the wrong people at the wrong time. Maybe it'll be her week. And you can't look any further than when she was at the tour finals at the end of last year with the ADC. She was the best player by a mile, so maybe that's the reason why she's the favourite.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this Monday morning. Right, let's get into the action then, shall we? We're going to kick off with a meeting between Paige Pauling and Kirsty Hutchinson. Paige played here in the previous Women's Week and acquitted herself quite well. Up against Kirsty Hutchinson, first appearance here at the Super Series for her. The former World Championship finalist lost out to Bo Greaves at the Lakeside in 2022, and I caught up with her early on this morning. Kirsty, great to see you here at Women's Week of the Modus Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this campaign ahead?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. You just have to embrace these opportunities. Whether you're playing well or not, you have to take them. So yeah, I'm just going to give it my all and see what happens.
First time we've seen you play in this event. Have you watched any of the previous Women's Weeks here at the Super Series?
Yeah. I've watched the majority of them. Obviously, my best friend on tour, Natalie Gilbert's played in them. So yeah, I've kept an eye on them all. And yeah, I've just wanted to be here. So very happy. What was your first thoughts on the setup when you walked in this morning? Yeah, I was very nervous. Still am very nervous. But whatever happens up there happens, and I'll just have to give it my best. And if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You played on some of the biggest stages. Of course, you played in the final at Lakeside against Bo Greaves a few years ago. So I suppose that the stage element shouldn't be that dull. I suppose you've got that experience now of playing on big stages. Yeah, I do. Of course, there's no crowd in. So I'll probably play better without the crowd than I did with. So yeah, just hope it all goes to plan.
The two winners of these events, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Kirsty Viinikainen, maybe not the names that we usually see on the women's series win week in, week out. This is a real opportunity, isn't it, for players to really showcase their talents that maybe they don't get the opportunities to showcase in other arenas, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rhiannon and Kirsty are absolute fabulous players. They probably don't get, the promotion that they deserve. But it's all, it's all about Fallon and Bo. So for them two to come and win it, anybody can do that.
We wish you all the very best this week, Kirsty. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Kirsty Hutchinson getting the action underway here at Women's Week 3 at the Modus Super Series. She takes on Paige Pauling to kick off the action on this Monday. A meeting between two players that have had their successes at the Lakeside in the past. Kirsty Hutchinson, of course, the finalist at the first ever WDF World Championship back in 2022. Lost out to Bo Greaves in the final of that particular competition. The 34-year-old from Durham making her debut here at Women's Week at the Modus Super Series. Up against Paige Pauling, the 17-year-old from Kent, making her second appearance here at a Women's Week. And she's also had her successes on the Lakeside stage in the past. But what we're going to see in this particular match at the first of the week, and an opportunity, and I suppose that's going to be the key word that we're going to be mentioning over the course of the next 6 days, an opportunity for these players to showcase themselves here on the live lounge stage. Jack Garwood's in charge of all of the action, and in the case of Rhiannon O'Sullivan and Kirsty Viinikainen, particularly Kirsty, it was an opportunity to really create a real launch pad for their careers.
Not to go too simple with these things, Henry, but 12 ladies, someone's got to win. We can speculate as to who might do so, but didn't we do that in the first week that we had Women's Week? And we all said, well, it's going to be Fallon, it's going to be Bo Greaves. It wasn't.
100.
And like Kirsty was saying in her interview, women's darts is more than Fallon and Bo. As much as they are the heroes right now
85.
for the likes of Pauling and the younger generation, other ladies are starting to
81.
tell their own story. And this opportunity, to use your word of the morning, this is the opportunity for the others to stand up and say, what about me?
100.
Yeah, opportunity, definitely the rightful word. And
140.
Paige Pauling took her chance well last night. Didn't quite qualify through for the Saturday evening, but she certainly showed a lot in terms of the games that she played over the 2 days to warrant a return here, and has got off to the strongest start of the two players against the throw in the opening leg. Looking at 121 to take a 1-0 lead. Looking at the bullseye,
96.
and that would have been some way to have kicked off her campaign.
111.
Yeah, just a reminder as well, it is best of 5 legs this week, not best of 7. So first of 3 legs will gain 2 points
26.
in this Group A table,
25.
and only one will get through to Saturday night. But
No
that
score.
is too many for Paige on
Kirsty
this
require 85.
first leg of the week.
And so Hutchinson here has got an opportunity to save her throw, but it may just be the solitary dart at the bullseye. The bullseye it is.
6.
Both players have had an
Major
opportunity
required,
at the central
25.
target on the board, and an opportunity has gone a begging. Pauling back for double 8.
Game shot
Pauling
on the
gets
first
the
leg.
double
Paige
8
Pauling.
right at the top of the target to get the breaker throw and to get a 1-0 lead. And in this more truncated
Second
format
leg,
of
it's
first
Paige
to
to
3 as
throw first.
opposed to
Game
the
on.
Super Series format of first to 4, any breaker throw is almost going to count as double, isn't
81.
it?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. There's so much to discuss about the ladies' game at the minute as well.
60.
We'll talk about the race to the world match play in Blackpool.
60.
who are the runners and riders who could possibly break into the top 8 in the Women's Series rankings in the next 6 or so weeks.
60.
Because their last qualifying events will take place in around 6 weeks.
93.
Now, you may notice that Kirsty Hutchinson has got 4 darts in her hand. She can only throw 3, of course.
121.
But holding the 4th dart is very much a personal choice. As to why she does that, it'll be interesting
58.
to get that information. You can see that she doesn't throw the red one. And she wouldn't want to anyway because it doesn't have a point in it.
108.
Well, the 3 that she is throwing are working a treat, the first maximum of the week. And it leaves herself on 80 after just 12 darts to level this game back up to get the break back.
75.
To make it one
Kirsty
apiece.
require 80.
It's double 10.
$70.
Not to
Page
be,
require
so Pauling will be back
134.
looking at 134.
91.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a
Kirsty
slack last start there from
required
Paige,
10.
but she might lose this first leg and
Page
has.
shot on the second leg. Kirsty
That's a nice
Hutchinson.
dart from Kirsty because double 5 in this short format in that position
Third leg. It's
won't
Kirsty to the
feel
reverse.
easy.
Game on.
Especially when she was saying this morning that she was quite nervous, and some people might think that's a bad thing. It's a good thing.
100.
Historically, dart players getting nervous, they feel this element of, I'm doing something new.
58.
And there was a lot of words that Kirsty was using this morning with you, Henry. Things like hope. She referenced the fact that she may play better without the fans in here.
140.
What does that tell you about her self-esteem right now?
140.
It tells me that maybe it's not at its peak. So something for her to work on this week, potentially. Not the darts, but it's more about how she feels in the situation.
60.
And the fact that she's playing Group A may breed that particular type of confidence as well, because she knows she's got a few days to work into it. Group A don't quite go to plan, and then there's a Group B and a Group C there on offer for her.
What a visit there from Pauling. That was far from appalling.
$125.
This game is of
Page you require 126.
fabulous quality.
$93. Kirsty requires 76.
Well, Hutchinson here may just have one dart to save her throw. And said dart is going to be at double top.
Game
And
shot
said
on the
dart
third
is
leg.
found,
Kirsty
and
Hutchinson.
This is a good couple of legs from Kirsty Hutchinson here. And a decent opening contest
Fourth
to
leg. It's Page
kick
for the
off our
reverse.
week here with a live
Game on.
lounge in Portsmouth. Hutchinson 2-1 up, having lost the first leg, has recovered by
41.
taking the next 2 within the space of 31 darts. And now on the cusp of victory in the first match of the week, and possibly a confidence-boosting, morale-boosting victory to
45.
kick things off for Kirsty.
Yeah, just a bit. You're finding 16 and 15 darters concurrently.
96.
That is not because you're playing poorly. You must be doing something right.
100.
I don't think you'll find anybody involved in this sport right now who's not excited about
57.
Paige. Even if Luke Littler didn't exist and we hadn't seen other young talents over the last few years, if Paige was still coming through like this,
41.
we've all got license to be excited about what she can potentially do. Her technique is flawless. She's obviously very hungry.
100.
It's great to see. Because I remember being 17 myself,
85.
finding players like Paige, they didn't exist.
I think Paige Pauling is a typical example of how this game has evolved and has moved forward.
95.
The systems that are now put in place for players.
Well, I say they didn't exist, but there's actually one that, funny enough, Kirsty might know. There was a girl called Claire Stewart. Played for County Durham. She was
44.
great.
Page you require 112.
But like it is with some people, life got in the way and it never happened.
60.
Well, in this particular contest, the first of the week, it looks like a last leg decider is going to be on the menu. Pauling leaving 52 to
6.
square this
Page
contest
required
up at
52.
2-2.
This is the Fallon Sherrick approach on 52.
36. Kirsty require
How's it go?
126.
And this would be some way to wrap it up for Kirsty. Single leaves the ball. Treble leaves double 6. The bullseye it is. But it's not there.
89.
So Pauling will
Page
come back looking
requires
at double
16.
8 to take us all the way. And all the
Games
way
on
we
the
go
full
in this
flag. Page Pauling.
opening match of Women's Week 3.
Did you notice that when Kirsty hit that
Fifth and
57,
final leg. It's Kirsty
there was just
to
a
throw
bit more
first.
hesitancy
Game on.
as she approached the finishing line. Now, it's really important when you are feeling a little bit nervous or apprehensive that in moments like that where you're approaching the finishing line to stay in rhythm. That's what you should be practicing
58.
under pressure. Staying in your rhythm. Look at these 3 darts here. Look at the timing. It's all very metronomic. On the 126, she wasn't like that. That's probably why she missed.
96.
I feel like Kirsty's going to be one of those players we're going to learn a lot of as the week goes on.
If anything, this is a great opportunity for her to learn about herself. And the same for all the ladies this week. They can learn about where they are
54.
right now. It's the same for the guys when they're here. Whether they're playing well or not, they will figure out over 5 or 6 days just where they are. And they can take that away with them. This is a really good last leg decider. And Kirsty's in charge of it right now.
43. Kirsty
Well,
require
it's a little litmus test, isn't it?
121.
And Kirsty Hutchinson here has got 6 starts on 1-2-1. The legs that she's won, she's played very well in. There's a lot of positive signs for Kirsty. And I think if she was wondering
45.
where her game was at, where she was at, and where her confidence was at, I think there will be a lot of encouragement that can be taken by the way she's got out the gate.
55.
Confidence can't
Kirsty
be bought.
requires 76.
It can only be built. This is just for the first brick. Tops.
56.
She's had an opportunity in the previous 2 legs to wrap it up. The tops like the bullseye. The previous hasn't been got, but she is going to come back for
58.
3 more here.
Kirsty requires
Double
20.
10 to cap off an opening win of the week and an opening
shot
game of the
and
week.
match.
And Kirsty Hutchinson is on the board. Her first game here at the Live Lounge yields her first win. And that is a real confidence boost, a real morale boost, and a real way to get a week started. That the turn of the tape from the first game of the week. She had a real burst in the middle of the contest. She moved herself 2-1 up with a couple of decent legs and was able to get over the line. Next up, Lisa Ashton against Gemma Hayter.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Hi, I'm Jack, mate.
For a 2-0 lead, who saw this come in?
Game's on the second leg!
Clean
Jack
as
May
a
and
whistle. What a finish that is
5-0.
from Jack May.
Watch the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV.
Game's
And he
on
gets
the
it.
match!
That is our first
Jack
champion
May!
out.
Yes, Influencer Darts is back on the menu here. The Modus Super Series, the latest edition of the Influencer event. Next Sunday, the 11th of May, the action will get underway here on Pluto TV. Our second match of the morning here at Women's Week 3 is a meeting between Lisa Ashton and Gemma Hayter. Before the break, we saw Kirsty Hutchinson get the better of Paige Paulin in a last leg decider 3-2. But these two, well, two of the real flag bearers, aren't they, of the women's game? Lisa Ashton, 4-time world champion. And the Lancashire Rose making her second appearance here at a Women's Week. Hasn't quite had the record here that perhaps that she would have liked. Up against Gemma Hayter, finalist in the previous Women's Week. And what a 12 months the 31-year-old from Gosport has had. Around about this time last year, she was just getting the darts out the case, dusting them off after an elongated spill out inspired by the Luke Littler effect. And what a ripple effect she's had on the women's game since arriving on the scene.
Lisa to throw first.
I mean, she played a few months' worth of action on the Women's Series circuit. Made a final very quickly, picked up a title very quickly, and narrowly missed out on the World Match Play from pretty much a standing start. Well, there's going to be no doubt about the fact that we're going to see her at the Winter Gardens making her debut in a few months' time. And what a start she's making to this one.
There's no reason why Gemma's not going to feel confident coming here, because she's local, she knows the board,
45.
she knows the setup really well. She's played women's week darts here. She's played regulation Modus Super Series stuff as well.
108.
And there's something afoot. We've only had one 9-darter by a lady in this
Jimmy, you
room.
require 141.
We were dreaming and she was too. And why not?
105.
Could be a 10-darter. That wouldn't be a bad start.
Well, he asked you the question, was Gemma Hayter the rightful favourite to go on a win this
58.
week? Well, if
Jimmy, you require
her start
36.
is anything to go by, she may be very, very hard to dislodge.
$27.
It's amazing how quickly things can change.
140.
Now she's under pressure.
Jimmy, you require 9.
From being on a 9 to needing to hit a 9.
1. Lisa, you require
And for all of her
76.
brilliance, that's 5 missed darts and a double in this leg, and Lisa Ashton could pick her pocket. Well, that would have been nigh on daylight robbery if she found double 8 or double 4 there. But Hayter found this target to pick up her Tour Championship title back in November. And finds the target eventually there with the 8th dart of trying to take a 1-0 lead.
That first leg comes with 3 words.
Second leg, it's Gemma to throw first.
Nothing but relief.
Game on.
That could have easily gotten away from her. The treble 20 department, there's nothing wrong with that so far.
100.
But the outer ring has cost her getting a better leg. And I suppose when you look at her season,
38.
she has missed a couple of doubles here and there, which everybody's going to do. But she's been leaving women's series tournaments thinking, how have I lost that game with these numbers? Talking about averaging over 90 and losing, she is the flag bearer of that this season.
44.
But she did win Group A the last time she was here in Women's Week. Had 24 points, beating, funnily enough, Lisa Ashton to the punch by a single win.
She was very vocal with her disappointments after she
47.
went through to the Saturday. Just didn't quite live up to expectation. It was one that she put back down to experience. And I suppose experience is something that Gemma's still getting in arenas. I suppose we forget that she's pretty much fast-tracked herself to the top. How quickly she's done things means that she's having to kind of learn about the stagecraft, the things that come with being a top player, pretty much on her feet, because that's how mesmeric her ride has been.
If there's one stage
36.
where
Jimmy,
you
require
really need to learn how to
151.
use it, it is Blackpool. Trust me. Lisa Ashton hasn't won there yet. She would dearly love to.
83.
And by win, I mean winning the trophy. She has actually won on that stage in a game. And there's nowhere she wants to win more.
68.
For Gemma Hayter here. On the cusp of a 2-0 lead, but the
38.
double 5 goes the wrong side. The scoring hasn't been any issue at all, but Gemma Hayter will know as the week goes on that the
100.
doubling will
Jimmy
have to be just a
require
little
30.
bit sharper, but it's been more than good enough right now.
Double 4 again.
22.
Well, in 7 legs,
So you require
we've already seen
116.
3 occasions where someone's gone next door on a double. Double 18.
98. Jimmy, you require 8.
Well, that would have been for the first ton plus checkout of Women's Week 3. Down for double 2. Down in the basement.
6. Lisa, you
Now to the
require
madhouse.
18.
Ashton looking at double 9,
shot on
gets
the
the double
second
9
leg.
and
Lisa
pinches
Ashton.
Hayter's pocket. And Gemma knows that she should be 2-0 up in this contest.
Third leg, it's
But
Lisa
the
to throw
doubles have
first.
been troublesome
Game on.
for the Gosport ace. And Lisa Ashton Brings it back level. Gets the break back importantly as well. One apiece.
55.
And it is the Lancashire Rose of the darts in leg 3.
Well, these ladies have actually been England teammates as
47.
well back in 2016. The only time that Gemma did represent her country, but when you look at who she was in the team with,
76.
it's eye-popping. So you got Gemma, who lost her debut match against Rhiannon Griffiths of Wales.
85.
I'm sure that was a very nervous experience. It always would be, putting on that shirt for the first time. Ask any of the ladies who made their debut recently.
108.
Like Sir Paige Pauling and Rebecca Rose. We're not being starved of 180s today. The standard in the 60 department has been excellent.
30.
But that team that Gemma was in, Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrick, Lorraine Winstanley,
6.
Trina Gulliver and Dita Hedman. What a team. It gives you confidence knowing that you were good enough to get in that squad.
108.
Well, it's almost like a Harlem Globetrotters of darts, isn't it, that particular team? Gemma couldn't do anything for the 180 to leave herself on a finish. So Ashton's got 6 here to establish a 2-1 lead.
58.
And the key focal point in this contest is the fact that Gemma Hayter is 1 from 14 when it comes to her doubles.
119.
But what she has done is leave herself
AC
on top if
requires
Ashton cannot
72.
take out the 72.
Oh, no. That one
32.
just
Gemma, you
pulled.
require 40.
That is a great marker.
Game shot in the third
And
leg.
boy, was it
Gemma
well
Hayter.
used.
Fourth leg.
Shouldn't
it's
really
Gemma
say
to
that
throw
this week, should I?
first.
I should say,
Game on.
oh, girl, that was well used. Her treble 20 shooting in this game has been sensational.
108.
Now, this is going to be best of 5 legs. She's already got 4 180s. Lisa's got one too.
59.
Well, the first leg, she went 6 into the 9.
85.
It's like she walked into the supermarket and she said, you know what, I don't want any 140s today. I just want maximums. They're just over there,
45.
madam. Help yourself. Coincidentally, 5 of the 6 ladies playing today have represented their country. The only one who hasn't is Kirsty Hutchinson.
140. Gemma, you require 136.
Well, Hayter here, 6 darts on 136 to wrap this particular contest up.
95.
Once again, leaves herself in situ and now looking to cleanly finish things off.
And to get a little bit of revenge
Gemma, you
for
require
losing the first
41.
Women's Series event in the final this year. Gemma on double 16.
9. Lisa, you
But more
require
misses.
160.
And is she going to be severely punished with the biggest finish of the week so far? The 160 isn't going to go, and so Hayter will get 3 more.
6.
With double 60 to eventually
Gemma, you
wrap it
require
up.
32. Game shot.
Wrap it up
and
she
the
does.
match, Gemma Hayter.
That is an excellent performance. Now, the average is just below 80. But the thing is, that game is something you can really cling to when it comes to one department and one department only, the 180s. 4 of them. And Lisa Ashton was outgunned at the start. Only had 4 darts at a double, but Gemma had 19. And getting the 3-1 win was the most important thing, and that is exactly what she got.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Gemma Hayter got the better of Lisa Ashton by 3 legs to 1 to get her Women's Week campaign up and running. Next up for us, it is a meeting between Trina Gulliver and Kirsi Viinikainen. Kirsi, the defending champion, picked up the title back in January here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. She did so by getting the better of Laura Turner in the final. Kirsi beating Laura 3-0 in that particular affair. Up against Trina Gulliver, the Golden Girl 10-time world champion, swapping the microphone in the commentary box with the darts on stage. Up against Kirsi, the Finn, winner of the second Women's Week title. And it really has been a springboard to her year because she picked up that particular trophy. She then went on to win her first Women's Series title in 2025 as well. And 45. I suppose she's a player now. She's played in both of the Women's Weeks prior to this one that we've kind of seen here. And perhaps she's the player that has perhaps been the real standout since we've started doing these Women's Weeks.
I think her inclusion in the first one was one of maybe this is a good venture for Scandinavian darts to kick on. And she has. It's as simple as that. Wherever she goes in 2025, she wins.
45.
She's won on the Women's Series. She's won on the WDF Tour. She's won here. So 2025 is fast becoming Kirsi's most profitable season.
Peaking at the right time, perhaps, in her career. Maybe just peaking as she heads into her 50s.
26.
We speak about how many great young talents have come through in recent years, but we shouldn't also forget the players perhaps towards the twilight of their career that are having success. We saw Derek Coulson, didn't we, last week at the Super Series Champions Week in his mid-50s, having the best time of his career. Maybe for Kirsi Viinikainen, it's a similar tale and a similar story.
140. Trina, you require 135.
Puts Gulliver on throws, had a strong opening to this match.
Yeah, chucking in a maximum in this first leg.
92.
So far today, we've had 8. This is only game 3 in a shorter format.
43. Trina, you require 43.
Trina would very much like a nice solid start on the doubles as well.
23.
Not just yet, but more chances are afoot.
Well, that's the luxury that a scoring prowess in the opening leg has given her. 3 more at double 10 to take a 1-0 lead.
60. Trina, you require 20.
Nice and high on the 10s. Just a little bit higher than that for comfort.
15. Kirsi, you require 146.
Unfortunately, that is worst case scenario. Because another dart will have to be burnt to get to the outer ring now.
$110. Trina, you
That
require
110 has left
5.
herself on a double, and Trina Gulliver has left herself on 5 here. Double 2. This could get very tricky very quickly,
It's on
but
the first
the
leg.
dramas
Trina
have been
Gulliver.
averted for the Golden Girl, who has taken the opening leg.
Second leg. It's Kirsi to throw first. Game on.
You mentioned that it's about peaking at certain times of your life when it works for you. I think ladies' darts around the world from the last few days tells a very similar story, Henry.
41.
Think about Maud Jansen over the weekend winning the Iceland Masters. Maud's having a great season. But maybe not as good as Nicole Renault.
100.
She's just won 4 events in a row in New Zealand. And I think if anybody was to pick a 12-player squad for a Women's Week,
121.
including some people we've never seen before, Nicole of New Zealand is probably top of the list.
Nicole is probably the player that
100.
a lot of us have said that if we can get her over for Women's Week, because the action is perfect, the stand she could play at is very high. She's somebody that hopefully will get the opportunity to see in this building because she is some talent.
She is. But when you see Maud winning in Iceland, you see Nicole winning in New Zealand, you see Veronica Ihas winning in Hungary, of course, because she doesn't travel a lot. There are other players who could legitimately challenge here, but it's about whether you're willing to do the miles. Maud stays in Scandinavia. Nicole stays in New Zealand. Veronica stays around Hungary and the Balkans.
81.
Kirsi is someone who is not afraid to do the miles. And Trina knows a thing or two about that over the years. Talk about the last 30 years of travelling for this sport.
Well, put it this way, there's probably not a country that is not stamped on
82.
the airport and the air miles
Yes,
of
you
Trina
require
Gulliver and her
161.
illustrious career.
I wouldn't mind knowing how many countries she's actually been to. I wonder if she knows. By the end of the week, we'll figure out how many countries she's won in.
$26.
Well, this would be some way to take a 2-0 advantage into like 3. She may still be in charge of this leg.
94.
Great layup from Trina.
135.
Well, 135 to level up at one apiece, not to be, and so Gulliver looking at tops to get the break and open up a 2-0 lead in this match. And for the defending champion, Kirsty Viinikainen, her defence has got off so far to the worst possible start as Gulliver pins tops to get the breaker throw in to open up a 2-0 lead.
Third leg.
We're just having a look at the tournaments that she's won on an individual basis. This takes out World Cup, Europe Cups and that. This is where she's won on an individual basis. Belgium, Bridlington, Denmark, Netherlands, Finland 3 times, Northern Ireland, Norway. She won the Pacific Masters, Sweden, Switzerland, Wales.
You're going to be here for a while, Henry. She's got one of the most glittering careers in darts history. You could list her tournament victories and still be talking into the end of match 5. That's why she's got an MBE. That's why she's got 10 stars on that shirt. And the funniest thing was when she got the 10th star, she had a certain dart shirt where she couldn't have the stars on. So she just had 1 star with the number 10 next to it.
You know you're good when the amount of stars that you got does not fit on the shirt that you're wearing.
Why do you think it's on the back of the shirt instead of the front now?
140.
Her first victory came in Germany in 1997. But that was a very good year for her. Her first Pacific Masters win was that year. And she would become the legend that she is. And around 97,
55.
she'll have been doing the tournament dance with the likes of Mandy Solomons, who was the best player in the world before Trina came along.
Well, incredibly, Trina's first World Cup triumph came in Durban, South Africa in 1999.
That's where she got her nickname. Because of the gold medals she got. They called her the Golden Girl after that.
Well, Gulliver here has got 6 starts on 163 to complete a comprehensive 3-0 win over Kirsty Viinikainen.
89.
Yeah, this is not a performance that Kirsty will be too proud of, but she never panics.
60. Trina requires 74.
So for the match and to get a week off to a very good start. 20 for tops. Tots for Trina.
Not quite sure if that was in, but it is a single.
34.
And almost brushes past that dart
So you require 100
to get the match won 3-0.
Last chance saloon for Kirsty Viinikainen. Another one of them leaves double 14. Not to be, and so Gulliver will come back looking at double top to eventually
85.
get the job
Trina
done.
require 40.
The live lounge stage has not always heralded the best
Get
of memories
shot
of Trina
and the
Gulliver.
match.
She's looking
Trina
for her first
Gulliver.
finals night this week, and she's got her campaign at Women's Week 3 off to the perfect start, and you can certainly see that she's got that bit between her teeth this week, has Trina Gulliver, and she has started off her campaign with a 3-0 sweeping aside of the defending champion Kirsty Viinikainen, who has got her defence of her Women's Week title off to the worst possible start. Gulliver, a 3-0 winner against Viinikainen. Coming up after the break, Paige Pauling takes on Lisa Ashton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Trina Gulliver rounded off the first round of fixtures for this Monday morning with a 3-0 success against the Finn Viinikainen. Match number 4 is a meeting between Paige Pauling and Lisa Ashton here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Two players looking to pick up their first win of the day. Paige going down to a 3-2 defeat against
Paige to throw first.
Kirsty Hutchinson in the opener. Lisa Ashton lost out 3-1 against Gemma Hayter. For Paige, there was
48.
signs of some good stuff, but it felt like the good stuff for Paige was in patches. It would be, I suppose, her trying to string it all together
45.
on a bit more of a consistent basis.
Yeah, that's a fair assumption. Because there was
59.
good stuff in that first game for her. Just ran into a Kirsty Hutchinson who played a very, very good game.
60.
Didn't talk a very good game at the start of the day, but played one. You'd take that every time.
57.
But the 17-year-old from Kent has got experience of playing Lisa before. Twice, in fact, this season in women's series events.
140.
And it's 1 win all this year.
140.
I think for Paige, she's one of those talents that I think she's very exciting, and I think we all know that she's got a great future in the sport. But I suppose it's not piling that expectation and that pressure on her shoulders too early. We say about a lot of young players, don't we?
100.
You just got to allow them to develop in their own time and see the fruits of that particular labour a little bit later on.
100.
There's plenty of opportunities for people these days. And it's how you take them. It's up to you.
41.
Paige does a bit of travelling.
Require 96.
Lisa doesn't do as much as she used to.
Game shot the first
But when you're
leg,
doing things
Lisa
like
Ashton.
that, she can take a pick. Now, Lisa's been all over the world with darts.
Second leg, it's Lisa.
But at
to
the
throw
minute, it
first.
does feel like she wants
Game
to
on.
centralise herself more in a home environment. And you can't blame her for that.
140.
She spent the last 30 years plus travelling all over the UK and the world playing darts. And there has to be a point where you say, do you know what? Spend a bit more time with my husband, with the kids, and the extended family. And maybe
80.
look at their achievements, because obviously she wants her daughters to do well. She wants somebody else to do well as part of the
139.
extended family at the minute in Rhys Griffin.
And I think Lisa's at this stage of her
80.
career now. That's yet another bounce out for the Lancashire Road. 2 in as many visits. I think she's at that stage where, yeah, the flame is still burning brightly, and I'm
68.
sure that desire for Lakeside title number 5 is very much there. But she's done the hard work. She's done all the air miles, and I think she's at that stage of her career yet where,
125.
yeah, she'd love to win more, but she's happy enough with what she has achieved in the game. She's happy just to take that little bit of a
93.
step back,
DC
but still try and be
requires
successful
76.
in doing so.
Yeah, I think that's true to a certain extent, but I think there's something else that she wants.
Game shot
Apart
the
from that
second leg,
76
Lisa
outing
Ashton.
too. That is wonderful.
Well, back-to-back pop combos,
Third leg,
14
it's
darts
Paige
for
to
Lisa
throw
Ashton to make
first.
it 2-0.
Game on.
If you were to have a very frank conversation with Ashton,
99.
and you were to say to her, you could finish your career in 2 or 3 years and you don't throw another dart
100.
ever again, she'd want 2 more things. One is that world match player.
100.
I know that burns brightly as a huge ambition. Secondly, she wouldn't mind that 5th title at Lakeside, because 5 is such a lovely number. It would put her
140.
alongside Eric Bristow, Raymond van Barneveld.
79.
She's the only person in world darts who has 4 world titles. No man has 4.
100.
Only Lisa. She's in a pigeonhole of her own. But she would love to be in the Raymond van Barneveld
70. Lisa
and
require
Eric Bristow bracket.
161.
That's extra special.
Well, she'll be hoping that she's got 6 darts from here to
54.
complete
Major
the contest
required
to round it off. She's left
153.
herself on 107, but could Paul in for the 153. The treble 19 doesn't go. It would have given her a dart at double 18 to have saved the contest. And so Ashton will be back for the 107 to get the job done. And when you consider the way that she's been taking out combinations, do not put it past her.
Did you just say pasta? Oh, that one's a little bit undercooked.
Require 56.
This could be perfecto. Yeah, it's a lovely shot.
Leg,
Keeps the game alive.
Back
Fourth
into the
leg,
match.
it's Lisa to throw first.
But Ashton
Game
with the darts here to get the job done and to seal a 3-1 success.
100.
That's some way to go about your business. 4th 140 of the game for Lisa.
Do you think Paige has got a bit of swagger?
39.
Because I'm seeing it. There is a confidence that she exudes that can be quite inspirational to a lot of young girls.
100.
She's under the lights. She's up against a legend. A darts tournament that's been broadcast all over the world.
140.
On a 24/7 darts channel. And she's walking up on that stage like it's another day at school.
140.
It's just that typical young player mentality, isn't it? They're so used to the cameras, the lights, that nothing daunts them, nothing phases them.
47.
But for Paige Pauling, the problem she's had is a red-hot Lisa Ashton in her way, averaging in excess of 101 right now. Tops
61.
to put the cap on what was a nigh on immaculate display.
Well, she was the first lady to average over 100 against a man.
40.
At the UK Open a few years back.
20.
It's not going to be 100 average, but it'll be very close if she hits this.
What a
Good shot.
performance.
And the match,
The Lancashire
Lisa
Rose showing why she is a 4-time world champion with a demolition of Paige Paul, who didn't play badly at all. It was all about the brilliance of the Lancashire Rose, who ran red hot in that one. Average in the end of 97.2, but towards the end it was running in excess of the ton. She beats Paige Pauling by 3 legs to 1 to get her first win of the week. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Viinikainen against Kirsty Hutchinson. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
The first of the International Pairs Weeks gets underway here at the Super Series next Monday. Bank Holiday Monday next Monday as well. And these are the nations we're going to see in action. In Group A, we're going to see John Henson and Robert Thornton rekindle their tungsten tartan fling. Belgium, Brian Roman and Janti van den Berg. Kenya will see the return of Peter Rachuri to the Live Lounge stage. We'll see Craig Galliano back at the Live Lounge, representing Gibraltar. England with Mervyn King and Steve West, and the Dutch with Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe. Germany, Republic of Ireland, including, of course, the WDF World Champion Shane McGurk in action. Wales with an intriguing pairing of Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry in Group B. Poland, Northern Ireland and France are the representatives in Group C. The action gets underway next Monday, 5th of May here, live and exclusive on Pluto TV. And this is a meeting between Finland and England. But is it going to be the Red Cross or the Blue Cross that is going to prevail in this particular contest? Kirsty Hutchinson got her campaign underway with a 3-2 win against Paige Paulin, whilst Kirsty Viinikainen got the defence of her Women's Week title off to the worst possible start, losing out by 3-0 against Trina Gulliver in her opening stanza. And I suppose the question is, who is going to win in this contest between Kirsty and Kirsty?
Based on form from the first round, you'd have to back
First
Hutchinson.
leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
But don't underestimate the defending champion. I know she had the smallest average in the first round, but she was up against Trina Gulliver, who was playing some very, very good stuff. Just needs to get off to a slightly better start.
83.
So she can build on something. You don't necessarily play your best darts on Monday morning. As long as you get the chance to play on Saturday night, you can play your best stuff there, which is exactly what Viinikainen did the last time she was here. The way she played against Laura Turner in the final, she was stunning.
That was not a kind Robin Hood whatsoever for Kirsty Hutchinson, but Kirsty, we know the type of level she has, obviously winning this title last time out, but she also made a really good account of herself at the Lakeside back in December and almost became the first ever female player to hit a 9 darter on that stage. Went 7 into the 9 against Bo Greaves. I was in the arena that evening, and I remember turning to a friend of mine that was in the audience. There was actually just a feeling inside the venue, and that first dart, the treble 20, went on the combination that this was going to go. And I think there was almost a little part of Bo Greaves in the background that was kind of willing it, wanting it to go in, to create that little bit of history at the lakeside.
She almost got one recently at the Tallinn Open in Estonia. She was 7 deep in that one. So maybe she's getting the knack.
100.
Good band, the Knack. You probably haven't heard of them.
Do enlighten me.
26.
Well, we haven't got a Sharona here this week, so we can't really talk about the Knack.
Oh, they're the one who did that song. Viinikainen here, looking at the 112, looking for the first ton topper of the week. Double 16.
80.
I know it's only the opening leg, granted. But just the way Kersey's looking and manoeuvring and the way the darts are going in, she looks like she's far more settled now than she was in the opening game against Trina Gulliver. Maybe she's just one of them players that just needs to get that opening
32.
game under their belt and then they relax into things.
Just a little bit unsettled before the shot.
Game shot on the first leg.
Apparently not.
Viinikainen.
Never second guess the mentality of someone from
Second leg. It's
Scandinavia.
Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
Famous Finnish sports people or personalities. Who's the first person that comes to mind?
Jan Venegor of Hesselink.
60.
Footballer, I'm guessing.
Yes.
I'm going to go with a poker player by the name of Patrick Antonius. And they've had famous dart players aplenty over the years. Marco Pusa, Jouko Kommila. The ever-present Marco Kantala, who seems
100.
timeless. And the person who taught a lot of us here in darts how to say Finnish names properly.
100.
Kim Viljanen. Haven't seen Kim in a while. I hope he's watching, supporting Kersey on, but if you are, hope you're well, Kim.
6.
What about Anthony Niemi? Mind you, he's not Finnish. He's 27.
Yes, folks, I've got to spend the next 2.5 days with this guy. With puns like that.
55.
I might be doing something that Mariusz Pudzianowski did over the week, and I might tap out. It was a really good weekend for Martin Schindler. A third European Tour title, and he got his green jacket in Graz. Many congratulations to Martin. But it was a third consecutive final on European stages for Ross Smith. He's getting close. He might even win this weekend in Sindelfingen.
Incredible weekend for Schindler and an incredible semi-final, wasn't it, as well, against Josh Rock.
His quarterfinal against Dobie wasn't too bad either.
165.
Look at that. Now that's a setup. That's the kind of line a police officer would say in a derogatory sense, but in darts, that is nothing but a good thing.
Well, Hutchinson back for double 8 to
85.
Square this contest 16. Up at one apiece.
Game shot
no
on
mistake about that one. Clean as a whistle, 1-1.
I kid you not, when I was walking to the studio this morning, the things you expect to see on the street in Portsmouth, I saw a smashed box of malted wheat biscuits.
You saw it as well.
Yeah, it's a strange thing to see first thing in the morning, but there's no prizes for guessing what these ladies had for breakfast. Special K.
140.
Well, who's going to be the Special K in this one? And Kersey was when she won the Tallinn Open very recently. It was a matter of days ago. Beating Maud Jansen of Sweden in the final. 6-1. It was a predominantly
95.
Scandinavian attended event. Some of the Balkan states as well. Oh, sorry, the Baltic states, I do beg your pardon. Likes of Lithuania and Estonia were very well represented, but I'm sure a lot of people thought that it was going to go to either Maud or to Kersey, and it was the two that met in the final.
Well, it's kind of what we're seeing more and more, aren't we, now with the WDF circuit, where players, because there's so many opportunities, players aren't going to now branch out far and wide across Europe unless they have to. They're more than happy just to pick the points up to get to Lakeside, to get to World Masters by just playing locally, playing
41
within their kind of shores. So the Dutch players playing maybe a bit in Belgium, a bit in Holland, the British players playing across the British Isles, and so on and so forth. That's just kind of now the way that tour is working with the way that players want to apply their trade these days.
140.
I think if that was the case for everybody, Kersey wouldn't be here. But because she's willing to travel a little bit more, that is why she's here. But she
100.
thoroughly deserves her
Kersey
invitation
requires
to
66.
all three of the Women's Weeks so far.
Well, it's a compliment in itself, the fact that she's been invited to all three of the Women's Weeks that we've had here at the Super Series so far. And there's some really good players that haven't had that luxury.
46.
And she'd be hoping that she's got the luxury of time in this leg.
120.
Hutchinson looking at 120 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead. Can she find a way just over the top? Yes, she can. Double top.
100.
That would have been the first ton plus check out of Women's Week 3.
20.
We can wait for that. Kersey doesn't want to wait on this. This is awkward. But not too
on
awkward.
The third leg, Kersey Viinikainen.
She's one of those players that, because of the way the darts
Fourth
go
leg,
into the
it's
board,
Kirsty
you'd
to
fancy her
throw
more
first.
on the
Game
bottom
on.
side of the board as opposed to the top side of the board. Tops and fives could be just a little bit difficult if she has a marker just above the white.
95.
Kersey does have a nickname, as most big-hitting dart players do, but it's more of an affectionate nickname that she has.
60.
I've got a good one for her, though. And before anybody ats me for doing this, nicknames these days have got to have something about them, something that grabs the attention of people.
81.
This is not the kind of nickname that I would give to someone if it was just an insult or something like that. I'd call her Four Eyes. And why? It's got nothing to do with the fact that she wears glasses.
84.
It's because there are 4 eyes in her surname.
Got my brain whirling here.
85.
Wonder what Kersey's last name would score on a Scrabble board.
It's 37 for Christoph, because that's got 2 Zs. Thing is, eyes are only worth 1 point.
70.
You want some V's and K's and Z's and that kind of thing. And if you can get a Q in there, that'd be great.
$85.
Viinikainen is favourite to win this game from this position because she would have the darts in the last leg of the contest, but there could be an opportunity to get this done before a last leg is needed.
70. Kirsty require 155.
$19 is the answer to the Scrabble question.
Strangely, Hutchinson might be more.
81.
18.
Oh, it's close. Really close. I bet you didn't think we were going to be talking about Scrabble today.
Well, both players scrambling for the points in this one. Hutchinson back for 74 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. A game which, to all intents and purposes, looked like one that Kersey was dominated. Looked like one that she was going to cross the line and cross the line quite comprehensively. But Hutchinson, you've got to give credit where credit's due. Now, that's a happy enough accident. That leaves double 5.
69.
Inside. Kersey's going to need the biggest finish of the week so far to win this contest right here, right now.
There was nothing accidental about the last start that Kersey threw. The 25 to leave 167 was very intelligent.
85. Kirsty require 5.
A double 2 for 2-2. Now it's 2.
3.
Now it's 82.
Kirsty require 82.
To get the job done, perhaps an opportunity that Kirsty Viinikainen wasn't expecting. Is it a chance that she can take? She's going to get one dart at the ball. She's not going to get 44. The ball, and so Hutchinson in the madhouse.
2.
But looking to find the keys to the last leg saloon.
No, not again.
Kirsty
That happened earlier
38.
on a different double, and now Kirsty is actually on double 19.
But it's not double 19 forever, as Kirsty Viinikainen seals a 3-1 victory against Kirsty Hutchinson. Hutchinson missing a chance to take that game all the way, but that was more like it from Kirsty Viinikainen, the victor in Women's Week 2. Her first win of Women's Week 3 comes by way of a 3-1 success against the former Lakeside runner-up. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Gemma Hayter take on Trina Gulliver, and that'll round off round 2 of the day.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
require
gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kirsty Viinikainen got the better of Kirsty Hutchinson by 3 legs to 1. Game 6 is a meeting between Trina Gulliver and Gemma Hayter. Trina, the 10-time world champion, up against Gemma Hayter, who will have lofty ambitions herself for 2025, due to make her debut at the Winter Gardens in Blackpool. Played the Global Championship as well last year, and I'd love to have a chat with Gemma at some point this week and just get her perspective as to what this season, in her mind, would be a success. I know that she has set the stall quite high, but I just wonder, towards the end of the year, where her end goal competition is. Is it the Global Championship? Ali Pali, I suppose, would be one that would be on the list as well for the Women's Series Order of Merit. Potentially the Lakeside. I know that she was
139.
talking on social media last week about possibly looking at the openings that the World Masters will provide, being based back in Hungary again this year.
Yeah, I don't think Hungary hosts enough tournaments.
65.
My word, it feels sarcastic in here. Anyway, moving forward. To answer your question, I don't think it would be too hard to get an answer from Gemma, because she is
140.
outspoken in the sport, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you've got an opinion, voice it. Not everybody will agree with everything you say, but to have the courage to say what you think these days is quite enlightening. It's quite refreshing, because some people don't say what they think.
81.
I think at this stage, as of April the 28th, she's thinking about becoming a champion this week.
60.
And providing she has a very good week here, she will be very much eyeing up Blackpool as her next challenge. That could vault her into a very different stratosphere.
I feel like Gemma Hayter is a player that those within the sport know how good she is, but
99.
there really is a sense that
140.
if she can make that real big breakthrough, she could be an absolute superstar in this game. She looks like
54.
I mentioned the word superstar again. That really could come to the boil in the next few months if things go right for her. Things going to go right for her here. She looks at double top to take out the opening leg. But careers wide into the double five. Not the third time we've seen that from Gemma today.
I think that's the 6th time today we've had a Goldilocks. That's a nice recovery.
66.
Trina nearly shows Gemma where tops is. Finding herself on double four an awful lot today.
26. Trina requires.
And usually
20.
that's as a consequence usually of missing 16s and 8s a lot, but she hasn't really been down that side of the board yet today. Not that I can remember anyway, as Gulliver looks at double 10.
No score. Gemma, you require 4.
Gulliver knows that was a golden opportunity to get the break. And then this more
Game shot on the first leg.
truncated format of best of 5. Every break of throw means pretty much double. Hayter hangs on to her throw, just about shaking her head in the background. Because she knows that she gave her opponent an opportunity, but thankfully for her, Trina was unable to take it.
58.
For the uninitiated, I should explain what a Goldilocks is, by the way. That's when a dart is needing tops, for instance.
140.
And then you go either side and hit the next double. It's the case of somebody's been sleeping in my bed. So you go to the next one.
60.
That is never a good thing in darts. Especially on the last shot as well, because you don't get a fourth, no matter how many darts you carry.
Now, he spilt porridge on the pavement, incidentally.
Should never spill your porridge. You shouldn't waste food. Shouldn't waste chances.
55.
You and I both know, Henry, that when Trina picked up that 10th world title, that was as if it was like the last piece of the puzzle. And if Trina was told
60.
at that point, you're not going to play anymore, she'd probably have said, I've had a great career, but there are still things she can do. She's never played at the Palace.
98.
She's played all over the world, played in Vegas and won in Vegas. Won in many different countries and continents.
100.
But I just wonder if the Palace
68.
is a bit too far. Oh, look, it's double four again.
The second leg, Gemma Hayter.
We should have kept counting how many times she's going to leave it today. This time she gets it first.
Third
time
leg,
of
it's
asking.
Gemma to throw first.
I suppose for Trina as well, everything she's done in her career has been magnificent, but I suppose the newer opportunities that have arisen have kind of come at the wrong time for her. Just as she was just beginning to wind down in her career, kind of when everything's kind of opened up for her.
You take a peek Gulliver, you place that in ladies' darts right now. She might not win as many titles as she once did, but I tell you what she would do. She'd win stacks. Because Trina, at one point, wasn't just, and I say this every time, she wasn't just one of the best lady players in the world. She was the best lady player in the world, and in fact was one of the best players in the world at one point.
Averaged 94 on her World Championship debut, did Trina Gulliver. Another max for Gemma Hayter. She's responsible for pretty much half of the 180s that have been hit today. She had 4 in her first game. That's her 5th. And now 6 darts away from rounding off a comprehensive 3-0 win against Trina Gulliver.
Yeah, averaging just shy of 90 here. This is the kind of stuff she can put in when she's warmed up.
I've got a feeling that the bookies may be running for cover in terms of her odds to win the week. She was 2-1 before a dart was thrown this morning. She carries on in this vein. She'll be odds on by the end of the day. 116 though to get this particular job done. She's not going to do it with a ton topper. Gulliver back for 125 to bring it back to 2-1.
25.
Give that a really good look.
65. Gemma, you require 56.
Gemma is 2 from 5 in this game. Should take 3 from something.
16. Trina, you
Gulliver
require
given
60.
another opportunity. Missed 4 darts to win the opening leg. She's going to get another couple here to reduce the gap to 2-1.
40.
Cannot find, and so Gemma Hayter will come back.
40.
3 more double top for 3-0 victory. And to set her stall as the top player in this group. 2 games, 2 wins, and 2 comprehensive successes for Gemma Hayter. A 3-0 victory against Trina Gulliver, who missed 6 darts and a double in the contest. An ironic raise of the eyebrow. She knew she had chances. Gemma Hayter was just able to pick apart the legs much better. 2 good performances out the gate for Gemma Hayter. A 3-0 victory against Trina Gulliver sees off the second round of fixtures for the day. Coming up after the break, Paige Pauling takes on Kirsi Viinikainen.
Hi, I'm Darts for Fun.
But Williams looking at tops, gets the tops, and he gets a win in his debut match here.
Watch the Modus Super Series free on Pluto TV.
So maybe there is something in it.
What do they say about keeping your enemies close? The 4th edition of the Modus Super Series Influence event takes place on Sunday, the 11th of May. So why don't you come and join us for that? Well, you can't join us in person because it's sold out, so you'll have to watch us on Pluto TV. This is what we have seen on this Monday morning. 6 games down in Women's Week 3, and so far, so good as far as Gemma Hayter is concerned. 2 games, 2 comprehensive wins. The bookmaker's favourite is very much proving why she is that. 2 games, 2 wins, top of the pile, 4 points to her name. Paige Porn is actually the only player not to pick up a win thus far on this Monday. And this next game between her and Kirsty Viinikainen is actually one of the first couple of rounder matches, a meeting of the bottom 2 players. And I'm not quite sure there would have been too many that would have been saying that that would be a prospect going into round 3.
Still a long way to go. And the standard so far by the ladies has been really good. A real credit to the game. Lots of 180s, some tidy finishing, and we have to say that the standard has gone up another notch from round number 1 to round number 2. But when you've got Gemma at the top of the table...
First leg, it's Paige to throw first. Game on.
If you're a player hater, don't hate the player, hate the game. But we don't hate the game. We love this game. That's why we're here. That's why these ladies are here. That's why Jack's got the mic in his hand, refereeing these great games.
Well, we're mentioning players that could play at the match play in July. Kirsty Viinikainen is another player that could be in line for a debut appearance of the Winter Gardens because of her debut success in the women's enclosure at the Women's Series in 2025. Currently 6th in the Women's Series order of merit. But if you have a look at the projections in terms of the match play race, she finds herself in 7th position. Lorraine Winstanley, who we're also going to see here later on in the week, she occupies the final spot.
60.
Gemma Hayter, Lisa Ashton, the other 2 players that are playing this week that are also in positions to make it through to the match play.
Yeah, Angela Kirkwood, who we've seen here a couple of times at the ADC Tour finals at the back end of the last couple of seasons. She was in a spot very recently, but has slipped down a couple of places.
108.
And Kirsty in 7th with her first 180 of this game right there. She is looking over her shoulder a little bit. She's only 700 pounds ahead.
Kirsty require 121.
Yeah, Angela's a player I really do rate highly, and I hope we do see here at a subsequent Women's Week. Kirsty looking at the 1-2-1. Now, she had a look at this in her opening leg of the day, but she doesn't have to chase the bullseye here because Paige isn't on a finish. And so decides to go 25 for double 18.
103.
Just grazes the inside wire.
$47. Kirsty require 18.
So far today, Paige is averaging high 70s. And hasn't got any punch yet. And hasn't got that leg.
Kirsty Viinikainen.
I just wonder as well if Paige is going to be one of those players. We see it so often at the Suits. You kind of saw it with Derek Coulson a little bit at Champions Week last week. That because they know how good Paige is, that they just then raise their game when they play her. And so probably what she's doing isn't a true representation as to how the general standard of the play is because everybody's playing their better stuff against her.
60.
So a good performance from Kirsty Hutchinson to beat him in the first game. And, well, Lisa Ashton averaged 97 and change in the second
68.
match. And in a best-of-5 format, a 97 average against whoever you're playing in the world of darts is going to be dangerous because you're always going to be sniffing around opportunities of picking apart legs in 5 visits or less.
140.
These two have been sharing practice boards and match boards in the last few days.
140.
They both played in Estonia. And they both won Picked up a title each.
Here's a question for you then, Nico.
Hit me with a question.
100.
Where have you not played darts where you would love to play?
The moon.
57.
Stupid question deserved a stupid answer, didn't it, I suppose?
Being serious, I played golf on the moon in 1969. Wouldn't be an 8-foot hockey. Be a bit longer.
Well, the problem is the dart would probably come back crashing down to Earth and they'll think it's an asteroid.
I know what you're saying. That was a bit of a
45.
foolish answer, but on planet Earth, I've been very fortunate. I've played in a lot of great
80.
countries.
Casey require 156.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you an answer in the next leg.
Because both players here, after a dozen darts, have left themselves a 156. Kirsty, because she has the throw, has got first poke. Not going to take. Now, we did see some big finishing from Paige Paul in the last time she was here at Women's Week.
60.
Most notably
Paige
the
require
130.
156.
Can she light up this week with a 156? Another one of them, perfectly situated. Double 18 was almost
138.
perfect from Paige. Nearly
Casey
turned the
require
page in this
96.
contest.
How good is that dart? Double 18. This time for Casey.
78.
And so close to taking a 2-0 lead.
18.
Can Paige find what Casey couldn't?
No score.
Unfortunately not.
Casey require 18.
Double 9 inside. And so it's going to be one dart, a double 4 to double the lead.
10. Paige require 18.
Was caught in two minds as to whether to stick or twist. Decided to stick, and now it's double 3.
Game shot on the second
That
leg. Paige Paul.
It's a level match.
I love that reaction from Paige.
Third leg. It's Paige to throw first.
That's one off. Okay,
Game on.
I still got a shot. I'll just hit this instead.
No panicking from
59.
Paige Paulin as the game is levelled up at 1 apiece.
To answer your question, I've been racking my brain through the countries I've actually played in. I've played in Bahrain. Played with Mace over there. That was great fun. New Zealand, Australia,
60.
United States, Canada, Japan.
96.
Hong Kong, that was good for soft tip. As for countries I've never played in, I don't have many countries on my calendar or on my map that really jump out. I've played in the countries I wanted to play in.
85.
But I've never played in Sweden. I've never even been there. And I've heard nothing but
59.
good things about it. So I'm going to have to say Sweden.
I'm heading over to the WF website and putting you down for the Swedish Open later this year.
I tell you the country in the last couple of years which really has impressed me the most is Iceland.
45.
The infrastructure they have to help their domestic dart players and to host international tournaments, it is
60.
state of the art. And anybody from over there who's working on their domestic stuff deserves a fantastic shout out. Our friend Ingeborg Magnusdottir, who obviously was at the Iceland Open this weekend in Reykjavik, does an immense amount of work and she does a great job. And the venue that they held at, they actually have a dart players menu where you can order a snakebite pizza.
I'll tell you where else deserves a lot of credit for the way they run tournaments in Slovakia. I mean, we've heard from a number of different sources how well they run that tournament out there. And it really wouldn't surprise me in the coming years whether
44.
something, perhaps maybe more on the WDF side of the sport, but something big like a World Masters goes out there. Because the way they run a competition, from what everybody tells us, is as good as anywhere else in the world.
61. Casey require 167.
I think more along the lines of PDC Europe. I think there are going to be changes there. Good ones. This could be good. Well, the 67 is trimmed off. With a little bit more for good measure.
Hayter require 120.
This could be flashy. Unfortunately, that odd number does not yield a 2-dart opportunity
85.
thereafter.
Casey require 80.
So Viinikainen looking at 80 to get the all-important break and to open up a 2-1 lead. Single 20 leads the double 20.
6.
Doesn't go, and so Pauling will come back for top to open up a 2-1 advantage in the match.
Oh, a lovely graduation towards the tops.
Well, Cassie Viinikainen will probably be cursing the fact that she's had chances to really stretch a lead in this contest. They've got to beg in and finds herself 2-1 down as a consequence. But she's the type of player, Kirsty, that I can imagine if you're playing, you're always lurking over your shoulder because she's always seemingly likely to do something at any given point.
She's got so much experience.
100.
She was in her mid-30s when Paige was born. This is another example of how darts can have such a massive age gap. But we had it last week.
60.
Think about Coulson playing against eventual champion Jensen Walker, even Mervyn King against Jensen. There was a 41-year age gap between the two. Age is but a number in this sport. And age is no guarantee of experience and success.
85.
Just look at Jensen. And I'm sure that Paige is inspired by what Walker did last week. She spent a fair bit of time with Jensen in the youth ranks.
Well, Paige and Jensen both signed on to the same manufacturer. Both come through their academy systems with distinctions. And actually, Paige's tutor's playing later on this week, Lorraine Winstanley, who deserves a tremendous amount of praise for the work that she does. And we've worked with Lorraine in the past. One of the nicest people you could ever care to meet.
Yeah, Lorraine's a good egg.
Never forget when she made her commentary debut. She was so nervous, but did a very, very good job at the lakeside.
65.
Pauling for the match, looking at 120 to complete a 3-1 victory. Tops to do it in style.
80.
A little bit excited with that last start, I get the sense.
That's perfect. So is that. Oh, it was a great attempt from Casey.
Paige require 40.
She's smiling now. She may not be smiling anymore. Because that's a mauling from Pauling.
Paige Pauling.
She takes her first victory of this Women's Week. And that means that everybody is now off the mark. So Viinikainen has lost a couple of games, but has a win sandwiched in between them. And again, Paige Pauling puts in a very impressive display, this time to get a win by 2 legs. The doubles, she had enough attempts, and she had enough hits as well for a 3-1 win.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
It's Ellis Platten awaiting.
I think Ellis has decided to get his friend Ben on the stage to throw the darts for him. Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, he's found it already. He couldn't find the trap.
So the Influencers event takes place on Sunday 11th of May. 12 o'clock is the start time. These are the people that are involved. Now, you may see away days being represented by Ellis Platten and Ben Gibbs. Now, they will play as a combined pairing. So basically, they'll both play under one banner. Everybody else, when they're playing as themselves, some of the players, we've got some big names involved. Of course, Jaden Walker's kind of been the breakout star, hasn't he? John Henderson's going to be there. Danny Van Tripe as well. Richie Burnett in a pair with an influencer. What on earth could possibly happen there? And Jimmy Van Schie will probably bring the roof down, not because of any antics he does, he's just that tall. 12 o'clock live on Pluto TV on Sunday, May the 11th. Before the break, we saw Paige Pauling get the better of Kirsty Viinikainen by 3-1 on this Women's Week. Our 8th game is a meeting between Lisa Ashton and Trina Gulliver. Between this pair, there is a combined 14 world titles between them. There's not many games where you get to say that is the combined amount of world championships that have been won.
And they've never played each other in a world championship final.
60.
It's a bit of a shame, really, isn't it? When you think about the fact that they've been sharing practice rooms for the last quarter century.
83.
Common goals like playing for England. Playing for themselves, of course, but the fact that these two iconic dart players
have never shared a world final is something that is missing in history.
108.
We talk about Barneveld versus Taylor. This is the Barney versus Taylor game in the ladies. This is it.
85.
Well, put it this way. These two undisputedly will forever be in a top 5 list of best female players of all time.
85.
Well, Lisa currently sits on 4 titles.
55.
She might be joined by Bo Greaves later in the year.
53.
I'm not sure that anybody's going to beat the 10 that Trina's got. It very much depends on the career trajectory of Greaves.
42. Trina, you require 111.
Particular way that she's going on the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour. She could pretty much pick a route towards a tour card the way things are going if she so wants to take it. Gulliver unable to take out the 111 from here. Looking to join Chris Mason and Devon Peterson in the Commentators
25.
Club of Winning here.
You require 156.
Another double 18.
130.
Tell you what, that double 18 on a few occasions has
86.
been left on the back of ton plus combos, but once again missed on the inside, this time by Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, the second time the 156 has been missed now. Trina can't recover. So Ashton's got a choice to make here.
35. Lacey require 18.
Zero hesitation. That flight's in the way. That is awful. That is not her fault.
No score. Trina
Wow.
require
Everything
51.
changed when that dart veered right.
Double top.
11.
Doesn't go, and so
Lacey
Ashton gets
require 18.
another look at this double 9, having already missed 4 darts to win this opening leg.
The one time you don't want to go
10.
inside
Trina, you require 40.
is on the middle dart. Double 10.
Gave shot
Hasn't
on the
been too
first leg.
profitable today for
Gulliver.
Trina, but it is this time.
There's certainly signs of
Second leg,
encouragement
it's
for
Trina to throw first.
Trina here, that's for sure. The last
Game.
time we saw her here was at the Legends League, and she was mixing a bit of commentary and playing
79.
that particular week, and I'm just not quite sure it was really a week which went to plan for her, if the truth be told. I think she'd be the first to admit that.
140.
And I don't want to ask your perspective on it, because you spent a lot of your career juggling broadcast work with your playing commitments. How difficult is it to combine the two together?
It's actually not as hard as you think.
140.
If you look at it the right way. If you don't put pressure on your media commitments, then you can see it as a break from the pressure of playing. And if you can balance them correctly, it can be very good for you. 2018 for me was tough. I was balancing an awful lot of media jobs with various mediums. But on the tour at the same time, and I had a really good season.
121.
It can be good for you.
Joe 17 leaves the bullseye for Ashton. Not to be,
96.
so Gulliver comes back.
Trina require
Looking at
82.
82 for a 2-0 lead, and to put her on the cusp of a comprehensive victory against the Lancashire Rose. Remember, last time out, averaged in excess of 97 to depose a Paige Paulin.
She hit a 9 to leave 73. That leaves double 17, doesn't it?
48.
She had everybody second-guessing themselves.
25.
I guarantee you that not many people have gone that route for 82 in their careers. Not even Trina.
Game
It
shot
doesn't
on the
work,
second leg.
and
Lisa
Ashton does equalise.
And part of the reason I mentioned that conversation is because
Third leg.
the World
it's
Snooker
Lisa to throw
Championship is
first.
happening at this present moment in
Game
time, and Sean Murphy's pretty much leading the BBC's commentary efforts in that particular tournament, whilst playing as the number 5 seed at the same time, which Stephen Hendry has pretty much criticised live on the same broadcast that Sean Murphy's on for doing so.
So what has Stephen criticised?
He thinks that the commentary work detracts the focus on playing.
Okay, let's have some perspective then.
100.
2019 World Championship. Did I do any radio commentary when I was still in the tournament? No.
95.
Did I do any commentary when I was still in any tournament? No. Do I agree with Stephen Hendry? 100%.
58.
Sean Murphy is foolish to think that he can be a world champion and a full-time commentator at the same time. Absolute lunacy, in my opinion.
43.
I respect Sean. He's a great snooker player. He's got a lot of good points, but you can't do both.
139.
That's just silly.
Well, the good news for him is the way Judd Trump's playing, he may not have to worry about juggling both before too long. Although Ronnie O'Sullivan's been doing both as well, hasn't he, on the other channel? But then Ronnie does what Ronnie does
41.
and what he wants.
AC require 104.
Ashton 104 to open up a 2-1 lead. But I know that Trina's got a real enjoyment and a real passion and a real thirst for
96.
commentary. I've had the pleasure of sharing the booth and the gantry with her on a few occasions, and I think for her it's something that she's really enjoying, something different within the sport. She still has this real
55.
thirst
AC
for playing,
require
but
8.
I think she's really enjoying taking up another position, another role within the sport. How have they not gone in? How have they not gone in?
Well, they're on the wrong side of the wire for starters, but boy, they were close. My word. I think it's sometimes a bit harder to take when your points are so silver and glistening.
140.
Because it looks like the points are connected to the wire. Double 2.
4.
Oh, this is getting away from Lisa.
Require 46.
Trina looking at 46, so open up a 2-1 lead. It's double top.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
goes.
third leg.
Gulliver 2-1 up.
Gulliver.
If
Fourth
I were to
leg,
ask
it's
you a
Trina
question
to throw first.
as to who is the
Game
most
on.
famous Trina of all time, it would be Gulliver. Now,
42.
we have to clarify something here. Her Christian name is Katrina, but she prefers Trina. So when she got her MBE 12 years ago,
140.
she was in front of royalty being given the award as Katrina Gulliver. I think the most famous Katrina, apart from the
140.
Hurricane, is Katrina and the Waves, of course. Great band. But who's the most famous Lisa?
140.
For me, it's the Lisa from Weird Science, because I'm a 80s movie buff. Played by Kelly LeBrock. Have your own say if you wish. If you're watching this on Pluto TV, who's the most famous Lisa I can think of?
My mum would kill me if I answered that.
55.
Why is her name Trina? She's a Lisa, is she?
Indeed she is, yeah.
$81.
Miraculously, these two stars have only met in 6 finals.
60.
And the
Trina
2 biggest
require
ones have both been won
138.
by Ashton. But there's a risk she might be not winning this one. That is a lovely dart from
Lisa
Trina,
require 106.
forcing Ashton to take out something of a ton-plus nature, which we haven't had today.
66.
But
Trina
she's been
require
threatening them
58.
checkouts more than most, but that could be the last dart she throws in this match, because Gulliver looking at double 19. We've already seen one game 1 on this double today. And we're going to see a second. And we're going to see a second win for Trina Gulliver as she gets the better of Lisa Ashton by 3 legs to 1. And Trina, well, she's looking in very good nick on this Monday. This is a stage where she really wants to get some success, and she is really beginning the week well. A 3-1 victory over Lisa Ashton. And for Lisa, well, the downfall was on the doubler, wasn't it? 1 from 16 in terms of doubling attempts. Gulliver wins 3-1. Hutchinson and Hayter is up next. To the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Trina Gulliver get the better of Lisa Ashton by 3 legs to 1. Game number 9 is a meeting between Kirsty Hutchinson and Gemma Hayter. For Gemma, she's got an opportunity to open up a 2-point gap over Trina at the top of the table, make it 3 wins from 3, and assert her authority at the top of the group. Up against Kirsty Hutchinson, for whom it's 1 win, 1 defeat for her so far on this Monday, but there are signs that she is playing at a really high level, and maybe getting back to the type of form that we saw from her a couple of years ago, where she really was knocking on the door of big titles, making it through to the final of the Lakeside, where she lost out to Bo Greaves, and she was playing the type of darts in that tournament which
85.
You take out Bo Greaves, she was the MVP player.
She was spirited. Let's put it that way. She definitely went for it.
100.
Which you have to admire.
But let's get into the technicals, shall we? We can't ignore the fact that since then, Kirsty
45.
has shed a few pounds. And we're not talking a small amount. We're talking about 6 stone.
60.
That is going to have an effect on your darts. So it may take her a little bit of time to figure out how to play with this kind of stance.
140.
Everything changes, I'm sure, when that kind of weight loss is achieved.
Well, I remember our good friends here at the Super Series,
80.
Gigi Gordon Mathers, who's been on a similar journey. And basically, you've got to kind of start over again, haven't you? And I think for Kirsty, she's been talking about
100.
embracing opportunities, embracing things like this, playing on stages like this. And I think she's finding herself now, slowly but
6.
surely, in a happier
Kirsty
place with the
require
game.
131.
Her journey hasn't exactly been one which has gone solidly in a straight line. She's had her ups, she's had her downs, and she's now really trying to find a real nice middle road, middle ground where she can get success
43.
and she'll be hoping get sustained success.
It's harder than ever to get success
80. Kirsty require
because there are more
80.
players vying for success than ever. But it's the bullseye.
54.
Gemma would like to
required
get to the bullseye.
121.
And she should. I said should.
107.
That dart at the 11 was at least
Kirsty
an inch
require
short.
34.
There's been one very small thing we could be a little bit critical of with Gemma today has been finishing off legs. And Kirsty's the type of player, the way that she's been finishing today, if you give her a
17.
chance,
Gemma,
then you
require
may
14.
find yourself in a bit of trouble as a consequence. But she's going to get another look at this double 7. Oh, but this is awkward. You could tell by the facial expression. You could see from that overhead camera angle there.
No
And
score.
almost found a way
Kirsty
through to the bottom
requires
corner.
17.
That double 7 was so hidden, Gemma needed a map. Everybody knows where double 8 is, though. Oh, but it's
No
not
score.
there.
Gemma, you
Goldilocks
require
strikes
14.
again.
Game
And
shot of the
ironically,
first
that
leg,
was the
Gemma
double
Hayter.
that Gemma Hayter wanted, and Gemma Hayter got 1-0 to the Gosport ace.
Second leg, it's Gemma to the row first. Game on.
Gemma Hayter, possibly the second most famous person born in Gosport.
60.
Gather round, children. It's about to be the Portsmouth area trivia time again with Henry Deacon. Who was born in Gosport?
Amanda Holden.
45.
And she got out. Yeah, she married Les Dennis, didn't she?
140.
I won't say what the survey said on that one.
$60.
He was in Coronation Street for a while, wasn't he, Les Dennis?
He opened up a supermarket next to where I used to live. He was a big celebrity at one point, Les Dennis.
85.
Very talented individual. He used to do some great comedy skits as well.
And if you could name the supermarket live now, I'll give you the car myself.
I'm not supposed to. That's why I didn't.
44.
Yeah, Gosport's a nice place. Henry's sitting back in his chair saying, what?
60.
It's next to the water. What more do you want?
4-minute ferry ride from Portsmouth Harbour to Gosport.
Just get in the car.
To be fair, there's a lovely
95.
little
Gemma, you require
quayside where there's some
156.
lovely bars and restaurants. And Mr. Garwood, our referee today, spent
45.
evening surveying the bars and restaurants in and around that vicinity.
Well, Kirsty's from a place in the United Kingdom that was made famous by someone breaking COVID protocols. I hear the opticians are pretty good in Barnard Castle.
43. Kirsty require 157.
I think enough time's passed where we can actually see the funny side of that situation. Oh, not the funny side. That's the wrong way to put it. That might not have been funny for Kirsty if Gemma had found that tops. However, she's got it now.
$77. Gemma require 40.
That was a big chance. You get the feeling
Game shot on the second leg. Gemma Hayter.
that she was going to pay for those misses, and that's exactly what happened.
Hayter tonight. We're talking about players that are commentators as well. Gemma Hayter's done a little bit of guest commentary here at the Super Series. Did some work with us on the Global Championship back in December.
You never know where your career is going to lead.
140.
Just because you have talent doesn't mean it's going to last for decade upon decade upon decade. That happens to very few people.
123.
You might find yourself in another part of this sport, whether it's media work, social media work, training in the next generation, which is obviously what Lorraine Winstanley is doing. Daryl Fitton's doing a great job. There are so many avenues in this sport that weren't really that common in the previous generation.
And of course, there's players that become spotters. Jared Cole, for example, now spends his day shouting at a director.
And for the uninitiated, a spotter is someone who tells
53.
the director to point the camera at the bit of the board that you want to see where the dart's going in. It's not an automated system. We have a human involved who is very well educated and has to be really quick.
Very well educated, probably going too far with the one that we got today.
Steady on. Just because you went to university doesn't make you better than us, Henry.
120.
Well, she found the 120 earlier on today, did Kirsty Hutchinson, but she tried to play safe to not try and hit the treble, and she's gone too high that she's not given herself an opportunity at tops, but she'll be hoping that it's academic. But Hayter should get a dart from this position. It's double top for a 3-0 win.
94.
Just underneath. Gave it a good go.
40.
Probably would have led the hand. Probably thought it was going in.
Kirsty's had chances in this game. She could easily be in front.
$8.
But that might be that.
20.
9 darts missed at a double in this game for Kirsty Hutchinson. Oh no. She thought she missed high with the last dart. She's realised the error of her ways. She only needed the one dart at double 10 anyway.
Gemma Hayter.
Well, the mind went to Hayes for Gemma Hayter for a second, but then when she recomposed, she coolly slotted home the double 10 to complete a 3-0 victory over Kirsty Hutchinson and to complete her third win of the day. I'm sure she's going to be shown that quite a lot, but she can see the funny side of it because she got the win. A 3-0 success against Kirsty Hutchinson, who missed 9 darts and a double in that contest. Round 4 kicks off with Kirsty Viinikainen against Lisa Ashton. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's Women's Week 3 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, having completed 9 games on this Monday morning. This is what we've seen up to press. Gemma Hayter, the bookmaker's favourite before a dart was thrown. Well, she's justifying as to why. 3 games played, 3 victories for her. She is top of the group, and so far today has dropped, well, just that solitary leg in her game against Lisa Ashton. 9 legs won, conceding just 1 in the process. Trina Gulliver in second position. She's made a real quick start to things as the Golden Girl. 2 wins from her 3, whilst everybody else, Pauling, Ashton, Viinikainen and Hutchinson, all with 1 victory to their name following the first 3 rounds worth of matches. And we're going to see Viinikainen and Ashton go head-to-head here in the first game of the 4th round of fixtures. And for Lisa so far today, am I being a little bit harsh when I say that it's been a little bit hit or miss? Averaged 97 in her second game against Paige Paul, and after a slow start against Gemma Hayter, scored well against Trina in her previous match, but then missed 15 darts at a double.
Yeah, I think 15 darts missed at a double in 4 legs tells its own story. But maybe it's a good thing that Gemma disposed of Kirsty in just the 3 legs. It gave her minimal time to think about what has gone on in Game 8. This would be the ideal bounce back.
First leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
And with this being round 4, you've got to make sure that you're within striking distance of the person at the top if they're undefeated, and that person is Gemma Hayter at this stage. Somebody on 2 points is about to be 2 points behind. And we don't know who that's going to be. And Viinikainen is starting with a statement.
60.
Well, Viinikainen has what many people would have said at the beginning of the day is the toughest ending to it. Lisa Ashton here and then finishing off against Gemma Hayter in the last. But she can win both of those games. She'll be on 6 points. It would deny Gemma Hayter a victory. And in the worst case scenario, she'd only be a couple of points off top before then having to play Gemma in the first round of fixtures on Tuesday. So she could finish the day strong. She's very much in play as Kersey. But she loses this one. You get the sense even at this early stage, winning Group A is going to be a very hard task.
You and I both know from last week that winning all of your games or indeed leading the table after Monday only gets you one thing. And that's a target on your back.
85.
Derek Coulson last week in Champions Week won 5 from 5. And from that point on, people were targeting him.
140.
In
PSC
particular,
require 136.
Scott Campbell, who won Group A eventually.
Didn't quite work out for him on Saturday night at Champions Night. I know he's been in very reflective mood on his social media since.
That's where people reflect these days.
26.
Some more than others. Nowadays, it's Instagram stories, isn't it?
100.
Yeah, it seems to be the
PSC
case, doesn't it?
110.
Especially for the top players like Price and Littler and some others. First thing they do, I want to tell the world how I feel. I've said for a while now, I believe
45.
here at the Modus Super Series we should have a room with a big chair.
141.
And if the players at the end of their session want to say something, they can in the room. A bit like Big Brother.
89.
I think the entertaining.
65.
Well, if you ask the questions, it really would sound like Big Brother, wouldn't it?
I'm not from Sunderland.
Enjoy playing them next season.
Don't poke the bear.
It's not a disaster. It's not the intended double 14, but it's a double that's got nonetheless for
Kirsty
Viinikainen. But it is one of those doubles, double 14, that
Second leg,
it's the
Lisa
numerics
Tudor
that
first.
the players don't
Game
like.
on.
Now, we spent a lot of time last year in the company of Connor Scutt.
100.
And he was talking about his love of double 14, double 13. The breakdowns aren't nice. He was the first to admit that. But the positioning of the double on the board, the fact that it's straight down the barrel, means that actually, when particularly double 14 for a right-handed player, to actually go for, to aim to hit, is actually quite a nice double, particularly if you've got one in hand.
96.
You speak to most right-handed players. If they could position the numbers wherever they wanted, the first two positions they would choose would be 13 and 14. Now, double 14 is a nice double on certain shots, like 145 or 88 or even 28.
171.
Casey might even leave double 14 again if she scores another 260 points.
98.
But it's something about that height and the slight horizontal nature of that vertical double. I think she's starting to click into gear here.
45.
Commentator's curse.
$41.
I think if I was to stick double 16 anywhere, it would be exactly where it is, because we are trained to like the doubles that we do, because we go for them so often. But if we had a fresh perspective, I think a lot of right-handers would say, stick double 16, just above double 6.
That's an idea of a specials week, isn't it?
99.
Messed up board week, where we just juggle all the numbers and put it in a different direction.
I'm not sure about the title, but the idea, I'm not against.
45.
Messed up board
KC
week.
require 144.
Well, get people interested. But this way, we'll get clicks. Anyway, 144. Perfectly sacked for another. Just underneath. And so Ashton will get a look at the 1-2-1 to level this match up.
64 left.
$88.
Not bad at all.
Lacey require 100.
Very well positioned. Having said that. Oh, it's so close.
KC require 56.
She's had some great bullseyes in her career. Unfortunately, that is not one of them.
Knocking on the door of a ton plus checkout is Lisa Ashton. But it's Kirsty Viinikainen knocking on the door of a 2-0 lead.
46.
Well,
Lisi
the door was there.
25.
She was unable to open it. Lisa Ashton now looking to slam it shut.
9.
But she misses a
Lisi
couple to level up at 1
required
apiece.
10.
And so Viinikainen will come back. A third bite this time at double 5 to move 2 to the goods. Double 5 found. 2-0 Kirsty Viinikainen leads.
The missed darts at double now are a problem for Lisa. Whose daughter actually got a win at county darts at the weekend over a certain Dita Hedman. Darts can sometimes be a family affair.
97.
It's a generational thing. We've talked about the Dolbys. Chris making the quarterfinals of the Austrian Darts Open at the weekend. His dad and his uncle. Fabulous players. I wonder if his little boy's going to be a great player. Young Cole. Give him a few years. He might follow in his father's footsteps.
A bit like the Gray family in football. See, Archie Gray's brother made his debut for Leeds on Monday. Harry Gray. 16 years of age, watched on by his granddad at Elland Road.
46.
Now Lisa's in trouble. 2 maximums in this game for Kirsty. And this is the best performance she's put in today by quite some distance.
82.
And even when a visit isn't going that well, she's able to recover it. Doesn't have a great record against Lisa either.
59.
He played 7 times that we can find. And she's only won twice.
Well, Viinikainen unable to take out the 1-4-2 there.
60. 60. Kirsty require 82.
82 for the match for Kirsty Viinikainen. To complete a 3-0 victory. 2 darts at double top. And this is where the dart sitting low can be a little bit awkward for Kirsty. But there was no problem with that one. As the Finn gets the win against the Lancashire Rose. A 3-0 success for Kirsty Viinikainen, moves her on to 4 points and puts her in position ahead of a meeting against Gemma Hayter at the end of the session. Gemma Hayter is in action next. She's now looking to move on to 8 points in the group. 4 wins from 4. She can get the better with Paige Paul, and after a superb performance from Kirsty Viinikainen, averaging in excess of 86 and 50% on her doubles.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back. So
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Looking at 1-3-2. He's looking for another one of them. Oh no! Oh yes! How about that?
108.
Kind of becoming a bit of a pattern there with Lloyd Walker, the hand up in the air. Hessing looking to come back in response, and he does the same thing. Look, this is contagious. I swear, they're all doing it. They're all at it.
Many shots at a double. Brian only got the one.
He's going for 3 balls. He's got 2 of them. He's got all 3. Wow, Romeo Gerberbacks.
From another.
He's done it once, twice, 3 times tonight, Data for Connor Heenahan. Treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 80. Jared Cole has done it again. Yes, we saw that, Hendo. We saw that. Hendo, you're right, pal. You're right. We've had some fun, haven't we, in this building over the last few months, Mr. Nicholson?
Yeah, just a little bit. I love John Henderson's best impression of Richard Nixon. I'm not a crook.
As I say, we had some fun in this building. Before the break, Kirsty Viinikainen was enjoying herself on the live lounge stage for 3-0 success against Lisa Ashton. The Lancashire Rose just 1 win from her 4 matches so far on this Monday. Game 11 is a meeting between Gemma Hayter and Paige Pauling here in Portsmouth. And for Gemma, she's looking for win number 4, looking for 8 points to her day. And it would mean the top spot would pretty much be within her grasp. 8 points with the legs difference she's got. It'd mean that she'd have to lose her last game heavily, and Trina Gulliver would have to have a couple of heavy victories to be top of the group. But Has Paige Pauling got a right to feel a little
44.
bit aggrieved so far?
Well, we have to remember that playing best of 5 legs, it is a very short format. It's cutthroat.
45.
And especially with the leg difference situations, there are not going to be as many spreads as there would be with best of
96.
7, but it does magnify the mistakes, that's for sure. There have been a few small misses from Paige today, but
100.
she hasn't played badly at all. I think she's been very tidy.
100.
I think the ladies have played great today. I've been very impressed. And by the way, I'm not saying that condescendingly. I am
45.
coming into Monday thinking maybe they're a little bit nervous to come back here. In the case of Kirsty Hutchinson playing here for the first time.
100.
I've been really impressed with Kirsty. When you got your debut here, it's not easy to get settled up there. So to win your first game and to be competitive in the next
46.
two,
Paige, you require
so well done from me.
161.
Well, Pauling looking at 161. Couldn't find the treble 17.
97.
And so can
Gemma
Gemma Hayter
require
land the big
170.
fish? Not to be this time.
she'd get some big fish in Gosport.
67. Paige, you require 64.
Tops.
24. Gemma, you require 103.
There's a viciousness about the Paige Pauling throw, isn't there? There's a little bit more of a caressing nature about the Hayter throw. But her grip
55.
on that dart,
Paige,
it
you
is...
require 40.
I could write a thesis on that grip.
Game shot on the first leg.
But she hasn't got a
Paige
grip on the
Pauling.
first leg.
I know what you mentioned about
Second
being back
leg
on the
is
stage.
Paige
I
to the
suppose for
first. Game on.
the players that we're seeing this week, a lot of the time when you're watching women's series events or you're watching the majors,
55.
by and large, you're going to be seeing a lot of Bogridge. You're going to be seeing a lot of Fallon Sherrick on the streaming boards. You'll see a lot of Gemma Hayter. You see a lot of Lee Ashton as well. Okay, granted, but for players like Paige, for players like Kirsty, yes, they've got that exposure to the lights of the cameras. They have been there. They've done it. This is not new to them. But this isn't something that they do
21.
week in, week out. And so for them, this is an opportunity to do something which happens on an occasional basis, on a regular basis.
It's more regular now than it's ever been. Even Viinikainen
60.
and Pauling were playing as part of a stream when they were in Estonia just 10 days ago. So when you go to certain tournaments around the
60.
world, expect there to be cameras.
42.
Just think about what it was like for Gemma when she was making her debut for England in 2016. That was only 9 years ago.
108.
Things are very different now. There are cameras everywhere.
57. Gemma, you require
And the more you see
101.
them, you just think, it's just another day. That should be followed by a jingle. Didn't Paul McCartney sing that?
12.
It's just another day. That's a happy song for a Monday, isn't it?
83.
Well, it's a beautiful day
require
outside here in
89.
Portsmouth. We're in the midst of a mini heat wave here in Hampshire. And Gemma Hayter, well,
Yeah,
the sun
Gemma's
is most
second
certainly
leg.
shining
Gemma
on her today. She's been the best player in this group, bar none. And
Third
it's par
leg is Gemma
excellence
to the row first. Game on.
for Gosport's Gemma Hayter. They reckon temperatures could reach up to around about 23 degrees today.
45.
I'm really glad I brought a jacket. There's only been 2
40.
women who have won Group A, of course, because we've only had 2 women's weeks so far, but Gemma won
100.
Group A the second time. Bo Greaves won it the first time on 28 points. That's one of the occasions where someone has won 14
42.
from 15 games in a Group A situation. And we were talking about Katie Sheldon in that situation of Women's Week 1, like we are with Paige now. Yeah, Katie's starting to rediscover a little bit of form as well. And we will see Katie later in the week with her compatriot Robin Byrne. Love watching Robin play. She's just got so much vigour.
66.
The pace, the way the darts are thrown, it's conducive to a must-watch element.
Well, doesn't like that dart, but can't really go away from it.
87.
But because of the lead, she has the ability to use something else. I mean, if she'd found the treble 19, it wouldn't have been a finish.
60.
But that was very cautious from Gemma. Not necessarily a bad thing.
100.
But as for leg awareness, I tip my hat to her.
Hayter leaving herself on 109 to move 2-1 in front.
29.
Should also be worth mentioning that Paige Pauling came straight into the Group C the last time she played at Women's Week. The first time that she would have played the full complement of 5 days
69.
in qualification. And I suppose it'd be interesting to see how she deals with that full experience, because again, this is something that's completely brand new to her.
Gemma, you require 40.
She's even disappointed with the ton there. It was a very good one.
Game shot
But it
on the
wasn't good
third
enough.
leg. Gemma Hayter.
Gemma at the minute is too good for this field.
Full flag. It's Paige to throw first. Game on.
She's a pretty hard taskmaster. She's still shaking her head.
Well, she was 21 to 20 before dart was thrown this morning to win the group. It wouldn't surprise me if she comes into odds of, say, 4 to 7 or 4 to 9 come tomorrow morning.
25.
There's a bit of a debate going on right now as to why
85.
so many deflections like that are landing on the floor. It's not just here. It's everywhere.
100.
We need to get some science on this because it is happening more.
125.
Yeah, good response here from Paige. And if she were to get into Group B this week, we could have a match called
140.
Paige Turner.
He's had that on his notepad
45.
since 8 o'clock this morning.
I've had Laura's name written down since about 8:15, but I didn't write Paige Turner. Is it there? It's nowhere. See? Fibber.
45.
That's to no benefit to the viewers at home.
149.
Pauling 149 to take us all the way. How many times she found the first treble or
109.
combination?
Gemma,
She's
you require 151.
peeking ever closer to potentially taking one of them out. Hayter's not going to find the 151 to win it here, and so Pauling, a much improved leg, looking at double top to
37.
take us all the way.
Paige, you require 40. 20.
That could be
Gemma,
fatal.
you require 114.
And now it's going to be 14 for double top.
74.
Could have been
Paige, you
another win
require
in the bank
20.
for 8 points, something that nobody could overtake.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Another question
Paige
mark is
Pauling.
back because Gemma hasn't won this yet.
Double 10 has been conducive for Paige.
Fifth and final leg. It's Gemma to throw first.
But Gemma knew that she had
Game
the
on.
insurance policy, didn't she, of having the darts in this last leg. And it's an insurance policy that she's going to have to cash in here.
100.
We're going to be here for the next 2.5 days, Henry, talking about ladies' darts and obviously the opportunity that comes this
43.
week. But there's a conversation we need to have. And I think it's a conversation that the ladies need to have with themselves as well.
100.
It's 2025. There are some outspoken players out there talking about the amount of exposure and
6.
opportunities that the ladies get, which is more than ever. However, after we've just seen the highlights of Series 10 and all of the
brilliant stuff and the charismatic
85.
stuff. The one thing that we did see in that video package was all male players showing a stare down to the camera,
86.
winks to the camera, flashy shots here, there, and everywhere. Do we get enough of that from the ladies?
100.
Do we have enough female darting personalities? I don't think we do. Who's the Brian Roman of the ladies' game?
Jemmy require 116.
There isn't one. Case in point, right there. So some people, if they want to take this sport to another entertainment level,
60.
got to get yourself out of the lamp and start creating some darting wishes for the public.
Well, Gemma Hayter will be hoping it's not 3 wins for the day, but 4 wins, and she's got plenty of time and space on this 56. Oh, wow, she says, as she plants dart 1 into the treble 7.
That's 99, isn't it?
38.
It's not to beat.
Well, much like a previous dart today, she didn't need that one. She'll just get it next time.
140.
But it's double 9,
require 18.
Gemma. Not double 4.5.
Double 9 it is,
match,
and win
Gemma
number
Hayter.
4 it is for Gemma Hayter. A 3-2 success against Paige Paulin. And she would take on Kirsi Viinikainen in the final game of her session to complete the card. Well, that harder work than some of her previous battles. But over the line she is, 3-2 against Paige Paulin, who must be scratching her head as to how she's only on 2 points for the day. Coming up after the break, Trina Gulliver's got the chance to move on to 6 and really apply the pressure on Hayter. She takes on Kirsty Hutchinson in a couple of moments' time. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim.
Welcome back to Pluto TV and its continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. It's Women's Week 3, and before the break, Gemma Hayter got the better of Paige Pauly by 3 legs to 2 to make it 4 wins out of 4 so far for her. She'll take on Kirsi Viinikainen in match 13 in a few moments' time to try and complete the card on the opening day's worth of fixtures. Game number 12 is a meeting between Trina Gulliver and Kirsty Hutchinson. For Trina, a win here would put her on to 6 points in the group,
First
level
leg,
with Gemma.
it's Trina to throw first.
If she can win her last 2 and move her way on to 8 points in the group. What a position she put herself in ahead of day 2 and day 3. And I think it's
60.
Fair to say, and this is probably off the basis of what we saw from Trina at the beginning of the year. We knew that there's still that really good game in the locker, but if she can pick up 4 wins out of 5 on the opening day, I think she will be delighted.
Yeah, she'd be ecstatic with that.
26.
It's a tall task, though. I'm sure Paige is now eyeing up taking out Trina in the last match of the schedule.
55.
You can just imagine, though, Kirsty is 34 years of age.
45.
Turned 34 very recently. So we're talking about her being born in the early 90s, when she was a kid. Around about the age of 10.
100.
Probably watched terrestrial TV, and the main influence of ladies' darts then was Trina.
60.
She is playing against the greatest ever female player in front of the cameras, and no, not everybody gets that privilege.
60.
These little things mean an awful lot to people. Just being able to do this. And I can say from my own standpoint that
100.
playing Dennis Priestley was just epic. I never wanted it to end, even though you actually do want it to end because you want to win. And even though
83.
Kirsty would have played Trina before, this might mean a lot to her today.
Well, to play the GOAT on one of the biggest stages that there is in the sport is quite the something. And for Kirsty, she's achieved so much in her career. I know we keep going back to that Lakeside final. That's superb from Trina, the 174 leave herself on
118.
double 18. But I think for a lot of players to play Trina is a pinch me moment. On a stage like this, in front of the cameras, it's something that you can always say that you have done,
94.
irrespective of the result.
36.
And the result of this first leg could be Trina Gulliver going 1-0 up, because that 174 setup has led herself on double 18. And that is pinned with aplomb from the Golden Girl.
Yeah, 210 and 4.
Second leg, it's Kirsty to throw first.
She's still got it and never left her.
And I'll tell you what, you can just see in the way that she's going about her business that she is fancying the task, really fancying the task.
85.
Who was the first darts person that made you starstruck, Henry?
What, when I met them?
Yeah.
85.
I met Trina for the first time in 1999. It might have been the start of 2000. She was part of the Warwickshire County team. I didn't really know much about her then. But the first person that made me starstruck in darts was Bruce Spendley, the iconic Hartlepool referee.
81.
I don't think I've ever told you this story. But I suppose the first time was probably when I went to an exhibition. Do you remember the old Pyramid Centre just downtown where they used to do some of the Modus exhibitions?
Yes, indeed.
I was about 14 at the time. And
59.
you were actually playing in the exhibition. You weren't the one I was starstruck by the way. Martin Adams was there, and I'd watched, obviously, we didn't have Sky TV till about 11 or 12, so BBC One was kind of my darting fix for the year, alongside the ITV event. So, yeah, Martin Adams was probably the one that starstruck me, and then to have the pleasure and the privilege to work with him
41.
at the Lakeside was, it's one thing that will always live very long in the memory.
I can understand that. I didn't meet Martin till later on in my career.
100.
Did an exhibition with him in the Isle of Man, and I made a point of spending a bit of time with him. Trina spent a lot of time with Martin over the years, captaining their countries.
100. Kirsty require 116.
Kirsty is desperately in need of something positive to end a leg here. Hasn't won since the first game of the day. And I am intrigued this week to look at the tactics of the ladies when it comes to shots like that. It's another treble 18 she needs. Well, unless she wants to go for the bull.
95. Kirsty require
Hutchinson looking at 56 to level up at 1 apiece. Double top it is. With Gulliver poised on tops if this does not go, but that's perfectly pinned by Hutchinson. And level up 1-1 we are.
Do you know what? Luke Littler has broken me.
Third leg,
because now on
Trina
70, I'm starting to think of bull for double 10. That's all his fault.
Well, you mentioned being starstruck at about
81.
people's CVs and reputations. Trina could hate me for saying this. But
watch what you say then.
140.
But she's a 10-time world champion, but the way she conducts herself so humbly. And obviously we've had the pleasure of working with Trina in this capacity, and I'm sure you've probably known Trina for much longer than I have, but the way that she's always conducted herself has always been so down to earth. To the point, if you ever had a conversation with Trina about darts, you would never, she'd never give away the fact that she's a 10-time world champion. That's how humble she is with everything that she's achieved in her career. Of course she's proud of what she's done. And those stars on the shirt deserve to be on the shirt, but more than anything, she's just Trina Gulliver.
Yeah, I don't think she wants to be anything but herself.
26.
It just so happens that she is the greatest lady player ever. And she is very humble.
130.
She's probably just as happy doing a bit of carpentry or welding something together as she is with 81 grams of tungsten in her hands.
84. Trini require 102.
Oh, she's looking at 102 here to open up a 2-1 lead. Found the treble. And it's going to get a look in at tops.
82.
Just underneath. And so Hutchinson looking at the big fish to get the break and to put the game in her grasp. Not to be on this occasion, so Trina will have 3 more 10s to move in a leg of a third win from 4.
134. Trini required 20.
This is maybe the kind of leg that has haunted Hutchinson all day. Good approach, but doesn't get a shot.
Trina Gulliver.
She's being closed out by better players who are better suited than she is one visit prior.
First. Game on.
Just been reminded about that pyramid centre just down the road from where we are at the live lounge. Fortunately, it doesn't host exhibitions anymore, partly due to the fact that the room got flooded. And it had to be and it was rebuilt because, as you may remember, it was actually primarily a swimming centre. And, well, 1 or 2 things went wrong and the place got flooded, and now it's been relaunched as a gymnasium. With a swimming pool in.
I thought that's why they put the flood defences in.
just to make sure the
22.
The water doesn't seep in that way, but it's very, very close to the beach. I remember when Trina did an exhibition tour with Kevin Painter.
100.
They went up to Bedlington in Northumberland, the home of Chris Dobie and Callan Ridds. She's done exhibitions everywhere.
45.
Still very much touring still is Trina Gulliver. Still does a lot of exhibitions with Martin Adams, for whom they've been travelling the circuit with for many, many years. I remember Martin saying to me when he played Trina at the Legends League that it was probably as hard playing that game as it was playing World Championship finals because of the real close-knit friendship that they've had over a number of years.
Everybody's got a game that they can recall where they were more nervous than usual. And Kirsty's probably thinking that was the first game today. And we did say there's nothing wrong with being nervous. It's actually a good sign. And she used them very well to beat Paige Pauling 3-2.
44.
You don't eliminate nerves, you work with them. That's how it works. Speak to any sports psychologist and someone like Linda Duffy,
140.
who's a former women's world #1. She would say just that. Your anxieties and your nerves are just part of you. You have to work with them. But that might be the end of the road for Kirsty here. Trina
26.
is 2 from 4 on the
Trini
doubles,
requires 60.
making this very likely.
It's double top.
Game shot.
And that is win number 3 for Trina Gulliver. And what a Monday she is having here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Her latest success, a 3-1 victory against Kirsty Hutchinson. And she'll take on Paige Pauling in game 15 to finish the day with 4 wins to her name. But coming up after the break, Gemma Hayter's got the opportunity to complete the card if she can get the better of the defending Women's Week champion, Kirsty Viinikainen, next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia required
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match start here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
It is Champions Night, of course, in Series 10.
Double 12. We might not see a better finish tonight than that.
Scott Campbell.
He wouldn't have to win his second match to qualify for the semi-finals.
Game shot in the match.
A 4-2 victory it is. He was right, and Spivey strikes again.
Derek Coulson is 2 games away from glory. And Jensen Walker has raced into the semi-finals.
He's going to have the darts in the semi-finals. Finals. In the semis he goes.
Well, what a start that is for Derek Coulson.
What a shot!
Sam Spivey.
Double 6. Consider the game changed. What he has to do right now is channel. And he does! An exceptional last start from Jensen Walker.
The second leg. Jensen Walker.
Not for the first time. That's a break of throw in the final. How does he hit that? That's how he hits it! And Jensen Walker is a Super Series success story!
Jensen Walker!
Jensen Walker etched his name into the Super Series Roll of Honour on Saturday night. His victory against Sam Spivey made him the man that stood at the top of the perch here in Portsmouth. Joining the likes of Luke Littler, Conan Whitehead, Scott Taylor, Andreas Harrison, Marvin van Velzen, and of course Darius Labanauskas last time out to pick up the magnificent brand new trophy as well. The first recipient of the brand new unnamed trophy as of yet. Series 11 will begin in a fortnight's time, but prior to that, we'll have international pairs next week. Very much looking forward to seeing that start. And we've got Women's Week 3 on the menu for you, where Gemma Hayter is 4 wins out of 4 on this Monday morning, can complete the quest for a perfect card if she can get the better of the defending champion, Kirsi Viinikainen, in game 13 of 15. And for Gemma, an opportunity to put herself in pole position in Group A, and it would mean if she can win that group a return to the Saturday night fold, which didn't go well
First
for her
leg, it's Gemma to throw
last
first.
time out. And
Game on.
the last time that Gemma did play on the Saturday, it was because she won the Group A. She would lose her opening game to Vicky Pruin by
30.
3 legs to 1. And would then lose to Laura Turner in that group as well. Laura would go on to face Kirsi Viinikainen in the final. Kirsi would win that by 3 legs to 0 to pick up what was actually the first weekly trophy of 2025. It was the first Saturday we had here in the new year at the Super Series.
A lot of water's gone under the bridge since then.
45.
But wouldn't it be something if Kirsi was to defend the title. Maybe vault her own image and expectation for 2025 in turn.
Well, you could perhaps make an argument that if Kirsi Viinikainen was to retain the title, it would be a bigger feat than winning it the first time. Because as hard as the first time is to retain a title like this, when you think about the caliber of opposition that's here over the next 6 days, would definitely solidify herself as one of the perennial players in women's darts.
85.
She's bulldozed her way into the reckoning. You think about some of the people that she's leading in that order of merit. People like Lorraine Winstanley, who's been a #1 seed for the Lakeside. Someone who is a world master. Eileen de Graaf, Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Albeit maybe a little bit because Mikuru hasn't played recently. She's ahead of Mikuru as well.
45.
But it was nice to see her back playing darts at the weekend in Japan. Just because you aren't playing in Europe doesn't mean you're not playing. Suzuki was playing
45.
some Japan Pro Tour stuff over the weekend, which is really nice to see.
And of course, Asia will be hosting this year's WDF World Cup. That's going to be taking place in South Korea. I believe it's in Seoul, isn't it, this year? And on top of that, the players that head over and jet over for that will get another opportunity to qualify for the Lakeside, because the Korean Open this year is going to be given an upgrade to gold status. So the winner will automatically qualify for the Lakeside they haven't already, or if not, their world ranking will go up by a very big degree to get themselves into the qualifying spots.
KC require 95.
Trips like Korea do not come around very often. If you're selected for a squad, you go. We'll get back onto that in a second. Gemma is looking for a big hit.
61.
She's been struggling with the darts veering left a little bit in this leg.
90.
There was nothing left about that.
54.
Well, Viinikainen looking at 54 for the break of throw to take the opening leg of this contest. Double top, 2 in hand. Only needs the one, and Viinikainen 1 up.
Now, the last time they had the World Cup in
Second leg,
Asia,
KC to throw first.
It was about 7 years ago. It was in Kobe, Japan. That was where Jeff Smith became World Cup singles champion.
100.
Pretty sure he beat Ray Smith along the way, but the story about that one is as such. Good friend of mine, someone who worked very, very hard to get into the Scotland squad for the World Cup, was a gentleman by the name of Craig Quinn. Great guy, super player. He was in the top 4, so he was in the Scotland squad.
95.
And for some reason, it must have been financial, they didn't send a team. And those players were devastated.
97.
Incidentally, you better be available to work the week of the 23rd of September to the 27th of September, because we could have a shortage of commentators that week, because Scott Mitchell's the men's captain and Laura Turner's now very much a mainstay in the women's team.
45.
Jared Cole has got half a chance of being picked as well.
That's also the same weekend as the Swiss Darts Trophy.
99.
So there's going to be a lot of darts happening between September and December. If you like darts, then autumn to winter is definitely your time. But don't be fooled. There's plenty to come in between now and then.
Stacked card this month, particularly with Euro Tour action.
41.
Yeah, European Darts Grand Prix this weekend.
70.
Dutch Darts Championship at the end of May. And the first few weeks of Series 11. And Champions Week in the next series is right in the middle of August.
The same day the Premier League season starts is the same day that Super Series 11 comes to an end on Saturday, August the 17th.
The fact that you know that
Jemmy requires
makes you
70.
the largest anorak in Portsmouth. Double top for Hayter.
50. Casey
The
requires
Premier League's just been won
170.
yesterday, and you already know when next year's Premier League starts.
EFL season starts on August the 3rd.
You're such a lovable nerd, Henry.
100. Jemmy required 20.
To get in the game, needs this to glance. She's got plenty of room. Oh, maybe not anymore.
No
She
score.
couldn't do what Jensen Walker did on Saturday night by
70.
finding a miracle-style dart, and Viinikainen might be taking a 2-0 lead.
And this is kind of what Kirsty Viinikainen does.
30.
Goes under the radar a
Jemmy
little bit,
required 20.
and then suddenly strikes and pounces and causes opponents
on the
headaches
second
and
leg.
heartaches,
Gemma
but
Hayter.
misses there, meaning that Hayter's allowed back and then pins a double 5 to level up at 1 apiece. When you talk about
Third
football,
leg,
there's plenty
it's
that
Gemma
me
to
and
the
Gemma
row
can
first.
talk
Game on.
about on that particular subject, because like myself, Gemma's a big Portsmouth fan, and it's been a big week for
60 serve.
Pompey in a footballing sense. Both the men's and women's teams have survived in the championship after winning promotions at the same time last year.
$99.
And I suppose she could have the perfect Saturday, potentially, because she could be at Fratton Park at 12:30 for the early game against Hull City, and then come back for the Saturday evening and win a Super Series title.
Yeah, but is that conducive for success? Is it? No, it's not. You don't go to the match that day, you focus on your darts. If you're serious about winning, that's the only thing you do that day.
140.
Day of a world final. Do you notice Luke Humphries or Luke Littler going out for a round of golf? No.
60.
You want to win. Everything you do in the lead up to your tournament is based on how you will play. And even if Portsmouth were going to win the championship that day, put it to one side and focus on the winning.
Although perhaps the strangest thing that I've heard in terms of players going to sporting events was Danny Jansen, the Dutch mullet, heading over to watch Farnborough against Truro City in a National League South match on a Tuesday night, before playing in Portsmouth on Wednesday.
140.
No, I've got nothing.
True, actually won the National League South on Saturday. They'll play Carlisle United in a league game next season. 7-hour trip, one way. Hayter looking at 134 to move herself 2-1 up in the
Jemmy
contest.
require 134.
And how will she go for it? This is how. Double 16.
118.
We are
Casey
still
require 102.
looking for our first Ton Plus checkout of the day.
After about 100,000 misses at doubles after hitting a couple of trebles, Gemma and Lisa Ashton have been threatening them all day long. But it's Kirsty Viinikainen going to find the finishing touches. No pun intended, by the way. She cannot find the treble 14, and so Hayter will be back for the double 8 to move herself 2-1 up in the contest.
94. Jemmy requires 16.
That's awkward, but she's not moving. Well, this will be better than Jensen Walker's double 8 on Saturday night, trust me.
No score.
That was about
Casey
as difficult
require
as it
8.
gets.
And it's opened up the door here for Kirsty Viinikainen to move 2-1 to the good and then have the darts in the next to win the match. Helpful or not? The answer is
It's on the
yes,
third
an
leg.
emphatic
Kirsty
yes.
Viinikainen.
And Kirsty Viinikainen has a 2-1 lead of a breaker throw to boot in this match.
Fourth flag, it's Casey to throw first. Game on.
Do you think she's got the best hair in ladies darts, Casey? She's definitely channeling her Claudia Winkleman today.
They're currently filming that, aren't they? The celebrity version of The Traitors.
Is that your way of saying that Viinikainen is a traitor?
No,
it's a bit harsh.
Not at all.
I'm going to tell you said that.
No,
You're in trouble. No. It's already sorted.
Stop putting words
55.
into mouths. Have you heard the security measures they've got to have for that? They've got to have security. All the celebrities got to have security on the hotel doors. They're not allowed their phones whilst filming. They're not allowed to go on social media whilst filming. And they're not allowed to talk to the other players outside the game.
Do you know why I don't know that? Because I've got a life.
Well, Viinikainen here is pushing on the door of a win which would mark the first defeat of the day for Gemma Hayter. I'll tell you what it will also do. It'll open up the door for Trina Gulliver to move on to 8 points and put herself in a position where by the time Gemma Hayter plays next in this meeting in Game 3, she could be top of the table.
You've missed a segue, by the way. Because if Gemma had a nickname, the traitor wouldn't be the worst one because it rhymes with hater. But she's not a traitor. She's a player.
100.
And she's in trouble. It might not be 10 points after all.
And for Kirsty Viinikainen, she could end her day here on 6 points. She's only going to be a couple of Gemma, and of course, the fixtures averse. So
101.
This would be the first game of both players' days on Tuesday here at the Live Lounge. And Kirsty's got 6 on this 101 to get the job done. Are we finally going to see that elusive first ton plus checkout? Yes, we are! And that is some way to end the day for Kirsty Viinikainen. Victory against the seemingly unassailable Gemma Hayter has very much put herself into play in this Group A. Hayter had rallied the first 4 matches of her session, but she couldn't quite make it a sweeping 5, being swept aside by Kirsty Viinikainen by 3 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, Kirsty Hutchinson takes on Lisa Ashton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Plenty coming up once we're done after the live darts is completed. You can see the Double Trouble Challenge, which features Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton. The latest edition of the Tungsten Talk will centre around Gemma Hayter. That's coming up from 5 p.m. this evening. And then tomorrow from 9:30, the second session of Group A at Women's Week 3, which will build towards a crescendo on Saturday night. We'll get the action underway from 7:30. Before the break, we saw Gemma Hayter lose her final match of the day and maybe lose her control at the top of Group A. A 3-1 defeat to Kirsi Viinikainen means that the Finns on 6 points, Hayter's on 8 overnight ahead of Game 14, which is a meeting between Lisa Ashton and Kirsty Hutchinson. And this feels like a jostle for position in the middle portion of the table. Both players having picked up just a solitary success on this Monday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The winner of this will move on to 4, be a couple behind Viinikainen and Gulliver in second and third position, which of course are the Group B placings in this
First leg, it's Kirsty to
particular
throw first.
pool of players.
Game on.
What do you expect to see from this one?
Based on what I know about Lisa, she will demand 2 extra points here. She'll not be happy with just the 1 victory.
36.
She will not want to finish there, and there will be some defiance here. So Hutchinson may have to be, average-wise, pretty much where she was at the start of the day, if not just
44.
a little bit better.
$60.
Things are getting very interesting at the top of the table now that Gemma is not going to have the 10 points.
80.
Gulliver might get really close. She can't finish top,
60.
but she can be super close.
And of course play the first game of Tuesday, which means that she can be top by the time Gemma Hayter plays again against Kirsi Viinikainen. But Kirsty Hutchinson is looking to build towards a bookended day. She won her first match, the first match, now looking to win the last match of the session against Lisa Ashton, for whom, after she averaged 97 and change against Paige Pauling, we thought really was going to build for the day ahead. Hasn't quite worked out to plan ever since for the
81.
Lancashire Rose, but she can move on to 4 points. She'll think with a couple of days in hand, if she can have a couple of decent showings on Tuesday and Wednesday, she may not be able to win the group, but put herself definitely in position to harbour a spot in Group B, as Hutchinson looks at 115, looking at treble 19, doesn't get. And so Ashton will come back for 158 to get the break.
43. Lisa, you require 158. $60.
That's a somewhat unfortunate last start.
72.
As long as Kirsty stays tidy here, she should get a shot. Now at the bull. Made sure of it. And on the bullseye, she has been quite way off target a couple of times now. Gonna have to try and figure that out. And Lisa going for the correct shot there, even though
58.
78 traditionally is treble 18.
36.
Well, from the treble 18 to the double 18, and now double 9 for Kirsty Hutchinson. Is that too close? Not at all. A clip off the barrel and in, and Kirsty Hutchinson moves one up.
Do you know what kind of darts
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw
Kirsty
first.
uses?
Game on.
And Gary Anderson's going to hate me for saying this, but it has to be said.
60.
These are an old Gary Anderson dart. So old that they actually have
6.
something attached to them. Now, there are darts collectors out there who collect certain things.
45.
Match-used flights, match-used darts, mint-in-box darts.
So collectibles are part of this sport, just like it is with other things.
125.
But these are an old set of Gary Anderson's called the Dream Boys.
100.
And the reason I bring it up is because collectors really like these ones. They're very hard to find.
Mainly because half of those sets are in the lake at Lakeside.
55.
There's at least one set in there. But if you can find a mint in box Gary Anderson Dream Boy set, there are collectors out there waiting to write you a check. They are very hard to find.
60.
Well, Hutchinson hoping that she's on the cusp of a break at a 2-0 lead. It depends on what Lisa could do here. Needs to find a treble with the last, and able to do so. And so Hutchinson has got 6 and 201 to move 2 to the good.
The most important thing is that if Kirsty wants to win this game, she's just got to be better than Lisa is right now.
136.
But in order to get this 2-0 lead, she might have to find
101.
her first ton plus checkout of the day. It's exactly the same as Casey's. And we're not going to double dip over the course of 3 legs.
And so Ashton looking at double top
28
to level us up at
Lisa
1-1.
require 40.
2 10s.
Game shot
Well,
on the
doubling
second
has
leg.
been the
Lisa
Achilles heel for Lisa Ashton for the most part of the day, but it comes up trumps there to level
Third
this
leg,
contest
it's
up at 1
Kirsty to throw
apiece.
first. Game on.
If Lisa was going to have a beauty salon, would it be called Lisa Lashton?
81.
That's the dad joke of the day. Or it should be called Lisa Lash Done.
135.
Not just a hat rack, you know.
I'm going to pretend that that never happened.
100.
Yeah, this is steady from Kirsty. It's a little bit more assured than some of the games she's played today. But I think if there's
97.
anybody who could possibly strike from the back of the table tomorrow, it could be Ashton. It's really nice to see her mobile because at the recent 4-tournament weekend in Rosmarland, she was walking very gingerly because apparently when she was staying with Eileen de Graaf, she fell down the stairs.
99.
Yeah, you might need that. That was actually very courteous of Kirsty to not retrieve it and to stop Lisa's rhythm. Wouldn't be the first person to leave a flight on the floor next to the lights. Wasn't there a time at Lakeside where someone did that and they lost the flight?
170.
Went down the little light box, and Marco Meyer was the referee that day, and he went down there and he pretty much came close to burning himself on the light. Definitely blinded himself a little bit.
$60. Lisa requires
Just tends to launch herself at that third dart a bit too much. Tops for Ashton.
32. Kirsty
This is where
require
you can't
120.
launch your last dart. If you've got a shot at tops, you've got to stay in position. However, tops is not going to be found at the end of this leg.
And so Ashton to move herself 2 and up. Get the break
41.
and then have the darts in the next
Lisa
2.
require 40.
Complete the job. Looking at double top. Now down for double 10. 5s. Doesn't
30.
go. And
Kirsty
that has been the
requires
plaguing
79.
problem throughout the course of the day for the Lancashire Rose. And Hutchinson will come back for 79 to move 2-1 in front.
Ooh, now. That opens up a door to the bullseye.
36.
It's a little bit closer.
Lisa require 10.
But even she knows it wasn't close enough, and it costs her the leg.
Ashton.
Could cost her dearly. Ashton 2-1 up. She's got the break. There's a dejected look on the face of Kirsty Hutchinson, who knows that she has missed a big opportunity there. And Ashton now with the darts in her hand to complete a 3-1 win. And she's on 4 points overnight. She could be a dangerous commodity when it comes to Tuesday and Wednesday. It's not been the most perfect day at all, not by any stretch of the imagination for Lisa Ashton. But she's the type of player that on Tuesday and Wednesday could get on a roll and pick points up quickly. And even if she don't win Group A, could stop somebody else from doing so.
100.
Yeah, if you're going to invest in Tuesday, dangerous commodities, I wonder what kind of percentage we're going to look at.
We do call it moving day for a reason.
140.
There goes that flight again.
Considering Scott Mitchell's been here many times on a Tuesday, we've got to start calling it mooing day.
108.
That's live, and her stock is going up. You don't discredit anybody for leaving 162 if they've hit a maximum, but one thing that Matthew Edgar and I were talking about on Saturday night was don't leave 3-4-2. After 6 darts, you can't leave a finish.
100.
But it means absolutely nothing in this leg. So you won't get any criticism from me.
Well, there's the frustration for Kirsty. She won her first game of the day. And it looked like things are moving in the right direction for her. But that's seemingly going to be the sole success that she gets on Monday, as Lisa Ashton now looks at 62 to get the job done. Double 16 to complete a 3-1 victory.
30.
And if the truth be told, they weren't close.
Just trying to figure out if there's a get-out clause to leave a finish. There isn't really. It's got to be a treble.
44.
And you do sense the worst now.
32.
Started with a win. Ended with 4 defeats.
Lisa Ashton.
And it's Ashton who walks away from Monday with 4 points. So, not the worst day. It could have been a lot worse. Gemma Hayter could have finished on 10 points, leaving 6 points between herself and Lisa Ashton, who has won that game by 3 legs to 1. Decent enough, but she will want a few more percentage points on the doubles and a few more points on the average tomorrow, but 4 points will have to do.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
The sensational Jaden Walker, who made his name and burst onto the scene here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, will be back for the 4th edition of the Modus Super Series Influencers event. From one young star to another, Paige Paulin, the 17-year-old from Kent, takes on Trina Gulliver in the final game of the day. And I'm sure Trina won't mind me saying that this is a meeting between youth and experience here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for Trina, she could win this one. She'll move on to 8 points. It'll be a superb haul for the day. And it'll put her in a great position going into Tuesday's action. And potentially, she does the double over Paige Paulin. Not potentially, she will.
First
leapfrog
leg
Gemma
is Paige
Hayter to the top of the group ahead of her first game tomorrow against Kirsty Viinikainen. But it's Paige Paulin with the darts in this final meeting of the day.
59.
And I have to say that Trina has played some superb stuff at times on this Monday morning.
Yes, it has been one of her better days
100.
here at the Live Lounge. That is not even up for debate.
125.
And it is a clash of generations. That is something we can't escape. Paige was born 15th of March 2008.
21.
By that time, Trina had done most of the stuff she's accomplished in her career.
85.
To put it in perspective, Paige Paulin hasn't been born to see Tottenham Hotspur win a trophy. The number one in the UK charts is Trina Piles in another max. Number one in the UK charts on the day that Paige Paulin was born was Mercy by Duffy.
140.
I've just had a text from Lorraine Winstanley saying that I was the one with all the bad jokes.
Trina requires 60.
Trina can remember what it was like to play darts without the internet. Well, that one has her broken down.
40. Paige requires 72.
And she might not be breaking Paige Paulin after all on double three.
66. Trina
So
requires
Gulliver comes
20.
back for double 10 to take a 1-0 lead to get the breaker throw.
This is hard because of the way her darts veer in the air.
No score.
They always veer a little bit
Paige
right
requires
towards the
6.
end.
No score.
And that's no good. She was going for
Trina
2 double 2.
requires 20.
So in a flash, it's double 10 again.
And this time she
Gauge
finds
on
it
the
a very,
first
very
leg,
good shot.
Trina Gulliver.
And Paige has got to soak that one up. You and Paige actually have something in
Second
common,
leg,
don't you?
it's Trina to
Henry?
throw first.
You
Game
don't
on.
know of a world without the internet.
What was it like
41.
with the horse and the carriage in the olden days?
Steady on. They were
58.
good days. Just imagine what it was like when you were going out with your friends. You didn't have to keep checking your pockets for your phone. It was just
60.
keys and wallet. Or purse.
I was lost at going out with your friends.
Oh, I forgot to take my violins there as well, yeah.
Now here's a stat for you.
Hit me. With a stat.
60.
Trina Gulliver had won 7 World Championship titles before Paige Pauling was born.
57.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but they were all in a row.
Indeed, 2001 to 07. The year.
So when Anastasia won her first,
100.
she was the first person to break Trina's streak. Around about the time that Paige was born.
54.
2 months before Paige was born. Frances Huntelaar won in 09. Trina won in 10 and 11. And then the first final that Trina wouldn't make the final was in 2012 when
82.
Anastasia Dobomislova got the better of Dita Hedman 2-1 in sets.
100.
Oh, now that's what she can do.
Trini require 158.
Second half of play today has seen the 180s slow down because there were a lot at the start.
94.
And Paige could be doing
Paige
damage
require
here.
112.
Tops. That's
Paige on the
damage.
second leg. Paige Pauling.
Every now and again, she tells you, this is what I'm capable of.
Third
Maximum
leg, it's Paige
112
Gulliver
out.
first.
And made it
Game
look easy.
140.
Something's clicking here. Something really is clicking for Paige Pauling.
Yeah, and when we say she's promising, we don't just say it because she's young and got a little bit of talent. She is young,
100.
but she's more than just talented.
60.
Technically, with my coach's hat on, she's the best thrower in this group. And Trina is the best thrower that's ever been.
100.
Technically. So I'm paying her the ultimate compliment there.
100.
There are comparisons to a certain 2-time Modus Super Series champion. The rhythm is similar. The attacking methods are similar.
140.
Well, they know each other very well, don't they?
45. Trini, you require 161.
Trina Gulliver looking at 161 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead. 17 for the ball. Wasn't far away, just underneath. And having
97.
pinned the 112 in the previous leg, Paige
156.
Pauling will probably fancy a chance at the 156, but it's not going to go on this particular occasion. Gulliver 64 for the break in 2-1.
82. Trini requires 64.
Well, better than missing the board, that's for sure. 88.
48.
She
Paige
was trying to stay away from that
74.
first flight. That's why it went left of target. Double top.
54.
This time drastically
Trini
low.
requires 16.
So Gulliver looks at 88 for the break in 2-1.
Game
In
shot
it
on the
goes,
third leg.
16
Trina
darter for
Gulliver.
the Golden Girl, who moves 1 away for completing the day with 4
Fourth leg,
wins
it's
out
Trina
of
to go
5. It is
first.
Paige
Game on.
Pauling missed an opportunity there.
$60.
I'm just looking at the equipment of Trina.
93.
It almost looks like she's using a molded flight, which is from a one-piece system, but isn't using the corresponding stem. It's got me puzzled.
60.
But it's definitely working today.
59.
She was never going to overtake Gemma Hayter at the top because the legs one column was never in her favour.
100.
But to be on the same points overnight, that will make her feel very good indeed.
100.
She's had plenty of campaigns in Modus Super Series action, particularly in secondary groups, and hasn't had a great deal of joy against some very good opposition. So when these days come
45.
around, you take them, you grasp them, you hold onto them tightly.
85.
Pauline's left herself on a finish, but Trina will be hoping for a big enough score to cancel out the fact that she's on 164. Never leaves herself on a 2 darter.
100. Page
One is okay.
164.
But can Pauline find the biggest finish of the day so far? She already has that with the 112 that she hit earlier on in the game.
100.
She's left herself on 64 to level this up at 2-2,
136.
unless Trina Gulliver has got a haymaker to finish. To the 136 will go.
100. Page requires 64.
But again, well positioned. Tops again.
24.
She's hit one,
Trina
she's missed one
require
low, and now
36.
she's missed one high. And missing one presents an opportunity to win for Trina.
But the double 4 leads double 14. I had to double check as to the proximity of that first dart.
8.
And Pauline's
Page
going to get
require
another
40.
chance at double top to take us all the way.
$30.
And that could be that.
Required 28.
Gulliver's got 3 in hand, a double 14 to complete a 3-1 victory. Double 3. It's all around the board to try and finish off for Trina Gulliver. She sees the funny side of it. And she can see 8 points to her name after the opening day's play. Trina Gulliver, the Golden Girl, showing us some of the flourishes which saw her win 10 world titles on this Monday at Women's Week 3. It's her and Gemma Hayter who are the 2 dominant forces following the first day's play. A 3-1 success against Paige Pauling rounds off her day. And we're going to hear from the Golden Girl in a couple of moments' time. She's going to join myself and Paul Nicholson in the studio. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The first day of Women's Week 3 has come to a close. And before the break, we saw Trina Gulliver get the better of Paige Paulin by 3-1. That sealed her 4th win of the day. Her and Gemma Hayter, the top 2 in the table following the end of the first day's worth of action. Gemma with a legs lead in terms of the legs difference from Trina. Kirsty Viinikainen, the defending champion, picked up 3 wins from her 5, and she is just on the periphery of the top 2. Trina with 4 wins out of 5, and she is swapped the darts for the microphone once again. Trina, great to see you again, and a great day for yourself. You must have been really pleased with some of the performances you put in.
Yeah, I am pleased at how I've played today. You know, it's been a long time coming, I have to say, but yeah, very pleased with how it's gone today, and hopefully I'll continue it tomorrow.
You felt and looked very settled on the stage pretty much from the get-go. Is that as settled as you've been on that stage for a little while?
Yeah, possibly, yeah. It's I don't know, it just things seem to be feeling more comfortable, like you say, and fitting into place today. So started off with a good start. So, you know, so that was something to build on kind of thing. So, yeah, I have felt comfortable up there today.
And it did feel like from dart 1, Trina was there. She was away, wasn't she?
Yeah, it did look comfortable, but I think when you spend a bit of time here in Portsmouth in different capacities, we're starting to see it with some other people as well, like Jared Cole getting a weekly win in week 12. And nothing is a mystery. Every creak of a floorboard, or when you go on the stage, you know every single inch of the carpet. Nothing is a mystery. And when you spend a lot of time watching other people like Trina has, and you know some other commentators have, you go up there and you think, actually, I feel really at home here. And I'm not surprised to see Trina play so well today. I think she looked very comfortable. And like she said, a fantastic foundation for the week.
And there were some really good victories in there. I suppose particularly the one against Lisa Ashton. That one must have felt a little bit special because you two have got a lot of history over the years, haven't you?
Yeah, we have. And, you know, the best of mates as well. And, yeah, it's. I think I owe her a few. Mm-hmm. So yeah, to get that today was great. So I'm sure she'll be gunning for me tomorrow.
And I suppose that's the dynamic now, isn't it? It's the other side of having a good first day. Is you kind of put a target on your back, don't you?
Yeah, that's it. But like I say, hopefully, if my form continues tomorrow, then that hopefully that will be the case. And so I shall be hard to beat, I think.
Is it a case of now this is a good start and you just really want to build upon this going into tomorrow and Wednesday?
Yeah, of course. You know, you don't want to go into tomorrow and have a poor day. You know, all your hard work's undone then from today. So, yeah, great start. And obviously you're wanting to build on that.
I think there's a really big thing as well for tomorrow, that Trina's had such a good day that all you want to do now is get straight back on it. And being first game allows her to just get right on it from the beginning, and to then put pressure on Gemma. So she didn't win the table today, but was so close that just getting the victory in the first game tomorrow against Paige, that would vault her to number 1 position. That would be the ideal start for moving day.
Did you feel like before the session began, you could kind of work under the radar a little bit? Because everyone actually was going to talk about Gemma, everything that she's done, Lisa, the things that she's done recently. Did you feel like you had that opportunity just to quietly go about your business this week?
Yeah, kind of. You know, it's I wasn't not expecting too much of myself. I think that's the key. You know, not putting yourself under pressure, and just hopefully, you know, them all come together. And the darts, my scoring's been good, my finishing's been okay as well. So, you know, it's just all gelled today at the moment. So hopefully that'll be tomorrow.
At this stage of your career, Trina, what kind of pressure is there on you? Is it coming from yourself? Is it coming from anywhere else? I'd love to get the insight on this.
It's probably more from myself, to be fair. I mean, you know, the pressure in the back in the past has been immense, and you know, a lot has happened to me since them times. And I think you're going into it with a different attitude as well. You know, you know, darts is not the be all and end all. There are more important things in life, and you know, your health is one of them. And you know, that it took me a long time, and it took me the hard way to learn that. So coming into this now, it's kind of like it's my second chance, if you like. And so not too much pressure on myself, and just enjoy it.
Is that the key? Because look, we know that you still got this burning desire to win things, that burning desire to still get as far as to the top of the game as possible. But is it about enjoying it a bit more now and maybe enjoying the fruits of the labour that maybe in the past you weren't quite able to?
Yeah, you know, it gets to a point where you have so much pressure on you that you don't enjoy it anymore. You know, it's people expect a lot of you, and they expect you to do it day in, day out. And when you can't do that, you know, you get some people that are very vocal on Facebook and Twitter and stuff like that. So, you know, and them small words that they write can bring somebody right down.
I've got to talk about some of the other things that happened today to bring it back to today. Now, you're in the practice room when Gemma Hayter was on for the 9 darts. Was there a feeling that within there that it was going to go?
I actually think I was in the toilet. So, yes, I mean, that would have been great, wouldn't it? But, no, I was in the toilet at the time. I missed it. So it was... it would have been fantastic, though, if that had have happened.
First leg of the day as well. Imagine getting out of the traps like this. You're thinking, that first start's pretty good. And then the flight's out of the way on that one. And it's at that point you're thinking, what could I possibly do in the next 15 to 20 seconds? And that's what darts is like. You can create your own slice of history in less time than it takes to run 150 metres.
And then there, the treble just above the wire. It would have been a fantastic moment. Obviously, we saw Fallon Sherrock do it here, and the Modus series. It's been great to have done it in the women's race. I just want to talk a little bit more about yourself, Trina. We were talking a little bit during the commentary day. Obviously, you're spending a little bit more time with us up here in the commentary boxes and in the studios. How are you finding that dynamic of mixing, playing with some media commitments?
Hard work. But it's very different, you know. From the commentary side of things, you have that player's perspective that you give to the audience, kind of thing, and when you're up there as well, you're thinking, what the commentator's saying about us now? Is it like, God, she missed that double again, kind of thing? But so yeah, it's two sides, and but yeah, I'm enjoying it thoroughly.
And I suppose it's about getting that balance right. And obviously, you've got experience of doing that during your playing career. Yeah,
absolutely. I think I always had a mentality of when I was playing, I didn't have the pressure of being someone in the media. So when I was in the media, I didn't have the pressure of playing. So it was a process of displacement. And I made it work. But it is very, very hard when you're doing a lot of both. One question I've got for Trina, though, is you've won pretty much everything you've ever played in. You've got a PDC Women's Series title. There aren't many things you haven't won. And I suppose this place, it could be a nice one to tick off the list.
It would be indeed, yes. And I'll be trying my best this week. Yeah, it would be lovely, isn't it? I mean, I love this venue, and I love the people here and everything. And the girls out the back in the room, you know, we're all having a laugh and enjoying it. So, yeah, it'd be great. It would be absolutely brilliant.
Well, Trina, it's been great watching you throw the darts today, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Many congratulations on what you've done on Monday. We'll see you tomorrow. Still a little bit more work for you to do, because it's a year to the day since the first Influencers event took place here at the Modus Super Series, and the fourth is going to get underway in a couple of weeks' time.
Anyone who's going to try and attempt to Luke Littler again, my money's on this man.
Here comes Jaden Walker.
100 meters!
Hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker, take it back! It's Angry Jane!
For a 2-0 lead, who saw this coming?
Games on the second leg!
Me and you have a problem. A serious problem. I am the 3 times champion of the world.
It was a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get...
And I have heard a rumour that you think you're going to win this match today. You, my friend, have got a problem. You're getting it!
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion,
George Skye!
All mouth. It's all mouth. When he says champion, remember that's BDO. All right. You don't want to throw that in. BDO.
There is a chance, but it's not to be. The winners, Angry Ginge and Jaden Walker, win it 3-2.
It's Angry Ginge and 12-year-old Jaden Walker!
Well, this is the lineup of players that will be taking part. It's a 12 o'clock start here on Sunday, the 11th of May. Peter Uchuri, the Kenyan ace, I suppose one of the big names in action. Jimmy Van Schie will bring the roof down. You've got, who else we got? We've got Richie Burnett. Now, that could be crazy with him in the building. John Henderson, Danny Van Tripe, and of course, Jaden Walker in there. Some of the influencers, Jack May, you'll know him from the Happy Hour podcast. The Bull Hitters, careful saying that in the afternoon, they will be here. The darts referee, Marcel Scorpions, actually playing in the international pairs next week. The away days with Ellis Platten and Ben Gibbs. Charlie Murphy, we've seen him here, easy now. And Stevie White will be with you next Sunday for that. And it's a little bit of fun. I've actually had a chat with a couple of players about it previously. And for them, look, there's a lot of cut and thrust, a lot of serious play. For them, it's actually quite nice to take things a little bit easier, shall we say.
I think for the pros, it's an opportunity to kick back and to just relax with no pressure to succeed. As much as they will want to win the day, they just take it in a slightly lesser gear and maybe open their shoulders to some exhibition shots. And sometimes that's where you can see some wonderful stuff like we've seen from Steve West and some others in the past. But I have met the guys from Bull Hitters very recently, and if you monitor some of the things that they do online, they're proper players. They don't mess around, and they will want to make a statement when they come here. There are plenty of people who are capable of winning, but particularly Ollie from Bull Hitters. I've watched him play quite a lot on YouTube over the last few weeks, and he's very impressive.
Yeah, I got to say, I've played Dan Coates once, and it won't shock you to know I lost 4-0. Moving on, back to today. In terms of Gemma Hayter, now we've spoken obviously to Trina. Just quickly a word on Gemma, because obviously we saw the 9 dart attempt just before the break. But overall, she was probably the player of the day, wasn't she?
Yeah, I think she was good. There's definitely another gear to be had. I think the way that Gemma surveys her form analytically, she's very precise. So when she watches the games back, maybe listens to some of our words as well, and she looks at the proximity of her darts to certain targets, I'm not sure that she will be 100% happy. She'll be happy that she's top, don't get me wrong, and she'll want to win Group A for a second time in 2 Women's Weeks. But she's very much an intrinsic player who will look at that and think, yeah, that's fine, but how did I feel getting the 8 points? She's probably leaving a few wins out there this season, but she's still good enough to lead this field, so you've got to focus on that.
Kirsty Viinikainen in third place, 6 points to her name. Did it feel like she was playing in moments today? Because the good stuff from her was really good. Maybe not as consistent as we have seen in previous Women's Weeks.
Yeah, slow start from Kirsty, but by the end of it, she was probably the most steady, because she was starting to find her best stuff in round 4, round 5. I know that she lost to Paige Pauling, who had her best game of the day in the middle, but you just sensed her proximities were changing in round 4 and round 5. And then when she found the first ton plus checkout of the day to finish a match, you knew that Kirsty was starting to click into gear. Group A might be difficult for someone like Viinikainen because she might not be a morning person. But by the end of the week, she will be a threat, because I have no doubt in my mind that she'll be there.
In terms of Lisa Ashton, she had that really good performance at the beginning of the session, but didn't quite go to plan. Is that a fair assessment of how her day went?
Yeah, I think so. Anybody who's connected to Lisa will talk to her about it for the rest of the day. Some of her darts were a little bit left and right, but her doubles were a little bit off colour sometimes. We've seen a lot of people hit doubles that were next door, what we call the Goldilocks. But tomorrow I expect people to be a little bit sharper. Now, if you look at Champions Week last week, Monday was good, but Tuesday was better. And I expect tomorrow to be better still.
In terms of Kirsty Hutchinson, got off to a really good start at the beginning of the day, picked up a win in her first match, but I think towards the end of the session, you could tell that frustration was just beginning to creep in.
Yeah, I think it does with Kirsty. I think she's got a lot on her plate. She's battling dartitis at the minute. That's why she's holding a 4th dart without a point, to try and give her more stability and belief with her 3rd shot. But my advice to her would be this. Nerves are good. Nerves are just a sign that you want to do something. Remove the pressure from the situation by allowing yourself to just play. And I know that's really difficult for someone with dartitis, but she's got a hook now with that red flighted dart. I don't have to thrust my body at that 3rd dart. Just remove the pressure from the situation if you can. Just that 1 or 2% tomorrow, and maybe she'll find a little bit more.
And then in terms of Paige Portland, we've seen some really good stuff from her, but can she feel like the one perhaps hardest done by in the fact that it felt like at times players were raising their game when they played her?
Yeah, that's definitely the right thing to say, because Paige was playing some decent stuff at the start, didn't pick up points until round 3, but she was worrying her opponents the entire time. And we saw in that final match that she played, when that patch is purple, it is so vivid. So vivid. 180 with a ton plus checkout after that of 112. When it clicks, it is world class. So just try and figure out what you're doing in moments like this and repeat it tomorrow, because if she does a little bit more, everyone has license to be afraid.
So if we were to surmise day one in a sentence, what would it be for yourself?
Encouraging. I didn't really know what to expect from the 6 players, and especially on a Monday morning, we give them a bit of license to try and click themselves into gear, because we don't know how their weekends have been. We don't know how they're feeling coming into this, whether it's nervous, excited, or something in between. But I think all ladies deserve a bit of credit because they performed admirably and gave us great entertainment.
Good day in good company. Thank you very much as ever, Nico. Thank you as well for your company. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series channel. Coming up next, Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton taking on the Double Trouble Challenge. That is a part of a plethora of programming here across Pluto TV. From 5 o'clock, the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series centres around Gemma Hayter, the breakthrough year she had in 2024. Her goals ahead as well for the next season. Of course, the reigning tour champion looking to defend that in October. Then the live darts resumes tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. as you get the second session of Group A here at Women's Week 3 underway, and it all builds to that crescendo. It was Kirsty Viinikainen who was handed the medal by Paul Hinks last time, but who is going to lift the trophy this time? 7:30 p.m. Saturday night to find out. But as far as today is concerned, well, it was the Golden Girl in Gemma Hayter who provided the goods. We'll see you tomorrow morning from all of us here. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And that
was it! And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison! Robin Van
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000